Okay. Hop. Hello. Hello. Alors, today we're going. I have set up everything correctly, so the tech news should work. Should work correctly. Okay. First news of today. Alors, tech news. Up. The overlay is correct. Yes. Okay. First tech news. NVIDIA. We have a lot of NVIDIA news today. So, it turns out at CES, NVIDIA made a big keynote and announced several things, and I will now review the main things that are interesting. First of all, NVIDIA unveils the Vera Rubin architecture for its new AI chips, and in particular, it promises 5 times faster inference compared to Blackwell, which are the previous generation. I think this is the 50 and the A100 and all those kinds of GPUs that are used a lot in AI. So, of course, NVIDIA promises to make some new, even better, some better AI chips. They do not. I think they didn't actually talk about the RTX 50 Super. Because it turns out that because of the VRAM and the DRAM shortages, there's probably going to be, especially since AI data centers are monopolizing most of what's happening nowadays. NVIDIA is probably not going to prioritize the consumer market, unfortunately, for individuals trying to run games or trying to run just AI models locally. So yeah, new kinds of GPUs. Wait, so there's 3 hours, huh? But I'm not going to watch. Yeah, there's this 3-hour keynote here if you want to look at it. You can. 3 hours. Next news. Oh yeah, I have this little sound now. I forgot about this. But okay, there will be this little sound. I need to find a new one. It's a bit weird, but whatever. Alors, other news in NVIDIA. While everybody was busy eating good Christmas food, NVIDIA snatched Grok with a Q for 20 billion, which it turns out is not actually a traditional acquisition of the company, but it's actually what nowadays we call an acqui-hire operation, which starts to become more and more prevalent, it seems, in Silicon Valley and in the tech industry, it seems, because like for example, there was this other company, Windsurf, that was acquired by Google in the same way. I mean, so yeah. So what happened with Windsurf is that Google acqui-hired. It means that they basically gave the top managers of the company and the top engineers, I guess, of the company. They give them a big check, and in return, they come work at Google. But they did not actually buy the legal shell of the company. And a few weeks after, another company, Cognition, actually acquired the rest of the company that was not going to Google. So I guess it's a weird thing that nowadays we have more and more, is that big companies, instead of buying the entirety of a company, of a startup, they acquire, which means they just pay lots of money to the top, for like 10% of the company, I guess 10% of the managers and the executives and the smartest engineers, I guess. And they just tell, hey, come work at our company instead of this big pile of money. And then the original company is not acquired. And most of the employees, funnily enough, are kind of not very well treated here, because usually they don't. I mean, maybe sometimes they do get some money, but yeah, sometimes not. It turns out, for example, in windsurf, I've heard that most of the employees that were not part of the ones that were going to get to Google, to get hired by Google, did not get many, much money. So, because, by definition, Google did not actually buy the company. So all the shares that people had, well, if Google is not buying the company, he's not paying for the shares either. He's just paying for the human capital. So that's interesting. So NVIDIA just did that in a similar way with Grok with a Q. Voilà. And there is some weird shenanigans, but like the amount that was involved in the operation, it's still staggeringly high, like 20 billion. It's the kind of money that, Facebook or something would have paid for, buying all the startups a few decades ago, like, 10, 20 years ago. That was the kind of money that these kinds of operation, I mean, would be even bigger now. So that's funny. It's like NVIDIA acquired, but they did not acquire Grok. NVIDIA acquired assets from Grok for 20 billion. 20 billion is a lot. Huh? Not even for the full company. That's what I think is even crazier, is that NVIDIA paid 20 billion, but not to acquire the full company, just to acquire some assets, some people, and a partnership or something. But the Grok with the Q company is still alive and not acquired at this point. It's still an independent company. That's a bit weird, I think. I guess it makes sense to some level, right? Otherwise, they would not do that. But that's a bit weird. Because my initial guess was that, okay, maybe they do that because it's cheaper for them to acquire the people instead of the whole company and the whole IP property or something. But I mean, 20 billion. But at the same time, NVIDIA, if there's one company who is going to pay big bucks for anything, it's NVIDIA, because it has become the most valuable company ever, right? It has passed Apple in terms of pure, you know, capitalistic value. But still interesting. Next news. NVIDIA is now also going to enter into the autonomous driving space. Voilà, NVIDIA's push into autonomous driving. NVIDIA unveils Alpamayo, a new OpenAI model. A new open AI model and toolset designed to bring reasoning to autonomous vehicles. That's interesting. I mean, at the same time, NVIDIA is this kind of company that tries to do everything that, when it comes to NVIDIA strategy with the AI, it really seems like they really like to do into the space of AI what they did with like CUDA. And so they like to output like SDKs or, very bare bone tools at very early into the supply chain, into the software supply chain, if it makes sense, and then allow other developers to use those tools to, at some point in the development process, they would have more and more developers relying on them, you know? But at the same time, to me, NVIDIA feels like it dips its toes in many things at the same time. Like they did release some LLMs, for example, the Nemotron, I think, right? They released some AI models, they released some LLMs, they released some, I think, even video models or 3D model, like text to 3D or text to video models, I think, at some point. I saw that on their website. They always talk about this sometimes. But at the same time, it's never like they are never actually shipping products related to those. And at the same time, it doesn't seem that open source. So I'm wondering, you know, I'm wondering if they're just continuing doing this with autonomous driving now. But it's still like, I'm wondering if it's still one of those NVIDIA dipping its toes in, but without going full throttle on the subject. Alpamayo is NVIDIA's first full-stack push into self-driving technology with the goal of using vision language action models to handle rare and unfamiliar driving scenarios. Mercedes-Benz CEO Ola Kalenius said during the presentation that he recently tested the NVIDIA-powered system on public road and drove for more than an hour through heavy traffic. Feels that the car is on rails. You're just driving, it does everything. If you're moving an object that weighs 4,000 pounds at 50 miles an hour, sorry, it's not going to cut it. Yeah. Open AI model and two-state reasoning to autonomous vehicles. Yeah, it really feels like one of these typical like NVIDIA dipping its toes in some AI stuff, as they do often. I guess it can help for people who actually want to create products based on this to, get a kickstart, I guess, into their projects, like they did with many things. But at the same time, like, for the LLMs, I have that in mind. Do you know many companies or developers or whatever who said, "Oh wow, Nemotron, such a cool base for everything"? No, like people are using Mistral models to fine tune their LLMs. They're not using Nemotron. So, bon, whatever. Wait, we're going to discuss this. No, actually, it's a different one. Doesn't the main Robux get a... Bon, let's just finish with the NVIDIA. No, it's actually finished. Okay. Amazon launches Alexa plus web access. So it turns out Amazon has just launched a ChatGPT competitor. I guess they're, going to finally start doing the same thing as Google has done with Gemini, right? They've been a bit slow at starting, kind of similarly to Meta, I guess. But they understand that maybe they have a card to play here. Because, of course, Amazon's Echo smart speakers are all around, right? And especially since Google is not particularly willing, at least up to now, to put Gemini into their smart speakers, because I have a Google smart speaker and it doesn't have Gemini. It has the stupid AI that we had before. I have Gemini on my phone. I have, Gemini on the like ChatGPT on the web. So, if Amazon could be the very first to actually deploy on a large scale an LLM based smart speaker to everyone, that would be interesting, because right now, even I am in this weird space, and I think lots of people are in this weird space where you have a smart speaker. It's supposed to be smart, but it's dumb because it still has the kind of AI that was prevalent before the LLM era, before the ChatGPT era. And when I actually want a smart speaker, like a smart, AI model to talk to, I actually use the ChatGPT voice mode or the Gemini live mode. And not the fucking smart speaker that is supposed to do this, but it's not for some weird reason, you know? So, yeah, I mean, if Alexa is going to, and Amazon is going to actually try to make a move here, yeah, that would be cool. Maybe Gemini and Google would finally decide that, oh, yeah, by the way, we're putting Gemini in smart speakers now. Finally. Finally, goddammit. Because like right now, the kind of AI that we get in the Google smart speakers, but I guess also in the Siri, Apple-based smart speakers, right now it's mostly good to just like set up alarms, checking the weather, and maybe the next meeting if you have the calendar synced up. But there's not much other advantage, since there is no LLM to interact with in most of these smart speakers. Well, I've been wondering if it's a problem of like maybe it's costs too much money for them to deploy everything and to have one of a sudden like 100 quadrillion queries to set an alarm that will go through the Gemini servers or will go through the Alexa LLM servers or something. Like, is it too much? Is it too costly? Well, maybe, but then I don't know. You use a cheap LLM. Like even if we had a cheap LLM, like small stupid LLM model, like very flash, like Gemini flash light, whatever. A very small model, it would be better than what we currently have on the smart speaker, because they're only good to set up alarms and checking the weather. That's the only thing that they're actually good at. Every time you ask, like every time I ask the Google, my Google AI smart speaker stuff, you know, search this on the net, search that. What is this? What is that? What is the name of X, Y, Z? I don't know. I don't understand. Shut the fuck up then. So annoying. And meanwhile, I have everything on my phone. This is stupid. Whatever. Okay. Godspeed, Amazon. I hope your ChatGPT on the smart speaker stuff will push others to do the same. Next topic. Meta acquires Manus. Yeah. So I knew about Manus. A little bit because there was a viewer who I had a big dispute with because he was very adamant about me trying Manus, and I was not very adamant and motivated about trying Manus. Yeah, so Manus was this platform that basically came out, I think, last year, just around the big shift towards LLM agents and agentic coding and agentic, tasks powered by LLMs. And I think Manus was the first, it was one of the first platform that actually emphasized that like this is their main product, AI agents. Yeah. Well, pioneering work with general AI agents. Yeah. I guess it's just like a glorified you know, report creating very similar to Perplexity or just, ChatGPT deep research, Gemini deep research. I think this on steroid. I guess it could create, if I remember correctly, it was about like creating voila slides, web apps, yeah, just for non-coders, I guess. It was like it's the I think it was a bit higher level than vibe coding because it's not you don't actually see the code. I think it was more of a no code, I guess, platform for agentic LLM tasks. Yeah, based on Slack, Manus, research, slides, PowerPoint, stuff like this, images, and simple web apps. Yeah, it was paid though. There was no free plan. I think that's also why I didn't try it much because yeah, there's no way to try it without paying. Yeah, and I can already do that with the code, right? Like you just use Claude or Cursor, and you can do this yourself, basically. Though, yeah, that was just for like agentic coding for the normies, I guess, would be a good summary. And so, yeah, it just got acquired by Meta because I guess Meta, you know, they struggle with coming out with good AI products, it seems. So I guess it's a move by them to try to, at least have a higher team that knows how to make a good AI product that has had some traction. Because it seems Meta doesn't have any traction. The last time the last thing I saw about Meta's AI products was like these role-playing AIs that they had on Facebook or something that nobody was using, and boom. I guess they tried to make something similar to character.ai within Facebook. Character.ai, it's like role-playing LLMs basically. Yeah, so interesting. For how much? 3 billion, 2 billion, 2 to 3 billion. Damn, huh? There's some billions that are being thrown around. Huh? Okay, next. Microsoft acquires. Yeah, I also wanted to. I saw that. I was like, boom, why not? Microsoft acquired data analytics startup Osmos to fuel push into autonomous data engineering. So that's like a data engineering. So yeah, data engineering, data analytics that is AI infused. Voila, unifies data engineering. Ah no, Microsoft Fabric. Yeah, I mean, Osmos technology will help turn raw data into analytics and AI-ready assets. Yeah, so AI, yeah. Even so that's like for data processing, data pipelines. Yeah. Another startup acquired. Next, Falcon H1R, another small LLM that turns out is pretty efficient. And 7 billion parameter, which is pretty small. So it's a research paper here on Arxiv. Voilà. So it seems we are getting better at creating language models. I think this is a language model, yeah, small language model that are way more efficient than what we have today, right? Because today, I guess the biggest models like Claude, ChatGPT, or Gemini 3 Pro are like probably between 800 billion to one like 1 trillion parameters, right? North of 1 trillion parameter. That's a lot of billions to run a big model. So, interesting that the models are getting smaller. At least where it seems that we are going into a short-term future where we can do more with smaller models, which is very nice. And it also makes me think about this that came out a few months ago, like October 2025, about the TRMs, the tiny language models, the tiny recursive models, which are not language models, by the way, done by Alexia Jolicoeur-Martineau, who took as a base the hierarchical reasoning models HRM from another research paper and tried to make it even more efficient. And it turns out she made something that is incredibly efficient, not language based, but that could actually climb up the ArcAGI1 benchmark and ArcAGI2 benchmark, which is a benchmark to assess human level capabilities at recognizing patterns, basically. And her tiny recursive model actually achieves like 45% on the ArcAGI1 and 8% on ArcAGI2, which is higher than lots of big, like 800 billion LLMs performance on these benchmark. With only how many? 7 million parameters. That's crazy. And bon, I'm not an expert on this, but it really seems that these kinds of, non-language based, very efficient, very small uh, neural networks to achieve like human level capabilities are probably very nice. It might be the future. I don't know. Seems like stuff like this might come up. I mean, this and the fact that we get better at just more dense and more efficient language models. I mean, that's interesting, I think, because like to have AGI, I guess you need the language part, of course, but you also need, and I guess that's what the research from Yann Lequin and Fei Li shows you, is that they all say that we need to have a world model kind of reasoning capability out of these machines, right? Well, I'm not sure how the TRMs here are going to actually be able to develop world model things, but I guess it's a sign that, yeah, we can do things that are very efficient, that are actually impressive, with like literally an order of magnitude less parameters than the current big LLMs, which is interesting for the future and the near future. Next, Ruby 4 has been released. Where is the Ruby 4? Ah, voilà, releasing another version of Ruby. Voilà. Ruby 4 for the Ruby fans. Ruby 4 has been released. I do not code in Ruby, but I know Ruby is a big deal for the Ruby on Rails people, for the DHH fans, right? Guess Ruby is a cool language in the web ecosystem. Voilà. If you want to check it out, here it is. Next, Mistral releases Deathstraps 2 and Vibe CLI. Hey, it's the same. Mistral, Vibe CLI. Voilà. So Mistral released a Cloud Code, copycat basically. I think they even used the same kinds of. I actually tested it, and so they used the same kinds of CLI the same, they can use the same kind of CLI interface, voilà. And it's pretty efficient, it's pretty cool, it's pretty so the way I tested it is I tried to make a very simple app, or very simple, like, toy app about a predator prey. That's one of my testing benchmark, I guess. My own little benchmark is like making a predator prey little simulation, and it did pretty good. It did not do as good as Claude or Gemini 3 Pro or Gemini 3 Flash, but it did good enough. The thing worked. Well, the nice thing is that these models are open weights, so that's a difference from Claude and OpenAI and all of those guys. It's also pretty cheap. Also, the Mistral API, if you take the experimentation tier, is free to use, with rate limits, of course, but still free. It's pretty good. So if you want a free option for making small changes for small apps, either for small apps or making small changes in a given code base, I guess Mistral Vibe, and you don't want to pay much, Mistral Vibe is a pretty good option. Yeah, 123B parameters. So it's rather small, but still capable, Yeah, it's like, I guess it would be on the same. I actually tested the GPT OSS 120B. Did I? No, I tested the 20B. Did I tested the 120B? I think I did over an API. And it was, again, I guess it's roughly the same capability. They mentioned, voilà, GPT OSS 120B. Yeah, so it's even better than the 120B. Yeah, so it's like a small model that's cheap, and that if you guide it correctly, it can do the work. Hello, Nat. How are you? So, yeah. Hello. Hello, yes, petit pois, petit owo. How are you? Good, and you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm doing the tech news. You know, I'm looking at the new Cloud Code copycat from Mistral, with the main difference being those are open weight models. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good if you need cheap models or even free API for small apps and small changes, basically. Yeah, it's not it's not the same quality as Claude Opus or whatever, of course, but it's a bit better than GPT OSS 120B, which is usually not runnable locally, except if you have a big ass amount of VRAM. So I think it's a pretty good option if you want to not pay, or pay very cheap kinds of API prices or something. Or if you even want to run it locally. The DevStral 2 is actually big. DevStral small, I guess, is 24B. So yeah, you could even run the DevStral small 2 locally. The DevStral 2 maybe not, but the DevStral 2 would be cheap over the API, basically. And it's the same kind of performance as DeepSeek or Kimi K2 even. That's pretty cool. Next news. Rust is now stable in the Linux kernel. Oh, why do I always have this page? Attends, where is it? Rust. Ah, voilà, Rust. I don't know if you've been seeing these news about like the drama around Rust inside the Linux kernel. Like I've seen there's been a lot of. I mean, I saw that a lot of people were like there was a lot of drama inside the Linux, maintainer community or something, because some people want to push Rust hard, and of course, the old grumpy grandpas that are, core maintainers of the Linux kernel since forever. Of course, they want to write their C++ in peace, and their C in peace. So there was a lot of drama around it. But now it turns out Rust has changed the status. It's no longer experimental. The consensus among the assembled developers that Rust in the kernel is no longer experimental. It is now a core part of the kernel and is here to stay. So the experimental tag will coming off. Congratulations are in order for all the Rust for Linux team. You got me for a second. What? Oh, wait a minute. Is it a joke? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because I've not actually been following this. Wait a minute. Attends, Linux kernel Rust. Because I remember there was like a big drama a few months ago or something. I mean, now Rust in the kernel is officially here to stay. What's going on here? What? Made me look. Attends. I mean, no, 4 weeks ago, Rust goes mainstream, the Linux kernel. So why do I have this news only now? I don't know. Rust is no longer experimental. It's now as acceptable as C in the Linux kernel. Interesting. Okay, so it's real, right? It's not a joke. It's not the 1st of April, so guess it's real. C is not going anywhere. Yeah, still several maintainers told me they expect to see many more drivers being written in Rust. In particular, Rust looks especially attractive for Leaf drivers, network storage, and VMV, where the Rust for Linux bindings expose safe wrappers over kernel C APIs. Nevertheless, for would-be kernel and system programmers, Rust's new status in Linux hints at a career path that blends deep understanding of C with fluency in Rust safety guarantees. The combination may define the next generation of low-level development work. Yeah, so that's very interesting for me because basically it starts to, Rust is starting to really become part of the basic low-level stack, right? Like if Rust becomes as, has the same status as C inside the Linux kernel. I mean, the Linux kernel obviously has a big influence on, like, I guess the Linux kernel is the most low-level thing out of all the low-level things, right? So if now Rust is coming into the Linux kernel, it means that, yeah, Rust is here to stay, and Rust is going to be there for a long time, Rust is not this temporary thing, trendy language that is just going to be there for the next year or 5 years or something and then will come out of fashion. Like if Rust is entering the Linux kernel, it means that, yeah, it will probably continue to be around in 30 years, basically. So that's interesting. That's like, to me, it's a way for me to assess that, yeah, learning Rust is actually probably good for the future. As a developer, Rust is probably not going to fade out of fashion, to go out of fashion, because now it's literally inside, one of the most essential part of computers in the world, which is the Linux kernel. So that's interesting. So maybe instead of waiting for Carbon to come out, Carbon being these new C++, modern C++, compatible with C and compatible with C++, Endeavor. Maybe instead of waiting for Carbon, maybe I should just learn Rust if I want to do low-level performance things, right? Because it's here to stay, and it's going to continue to be here to stay, probably. Next topic. Ah, yeah, EU versus big tech. It turns out there is a big, the European Union and Washington and the US are literally, and the Trump administration are fighting over the EU rules, over the EU regulations when it comes to big tech, especially the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, who try to curb illegal content, or who basically make the platforms more responsible for the kind of content that exists on their platform. Well, it's basically calling for more moderation, basically. And of course, Donald Trump, who doesn't like regulations and doesn't like the way Europeans are managing, freedom of expression and all that stuff. Now he's going to start threatening the EU. It said the US trade, late in 2025, the US Trade Representative, a government body for trade and economic policies, slammed the EU for pursuing policies that restrict, limit, and deter the competitiveness of US tech giants through discriminatory means. It said unless the EU changed course, the United States will have no choice but to begin using every tool at its disposal to counter these unreasonable measures. However, in an interview with the Financial Times, EU competition chief Teresa Ribera said there have been moments that where I have needed to stand up and say, sorry, but we're not going to undo our regulation just because you don't like it. In the last year, Meta and Apple were fined by the EU under the DMA, Digital Market Act. And meanwhile, the DSA, the Digital Service Act, has been employed to target X, formerly Twitter, for allegedly breaching rules on ad transparency, data access for researchers, and the revamped blue checkmark system. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The EU stance on tech regulation could provoke US retaliation against European suppliers. Now, that's interesting to me. That's interesting. Like, how would the European Union respond if the US starts banning European companies from the US market? That would be interesting to me, Because even though the Europeans don't like to see the US as a competitive partner or as an adversary, contrary to what Trump thinks about the Europeans, like to them, he has weird ideas about what we are, but the Europeans at the same time, because the Europeans are very legalist and are very heavy on regulations and rules, respecting the rules or whatever, if the US actually attacks the EU, I think that the Europeans will want to go tit for tat, basically. I don't think the European Union and the European members will actually cave in that easily, because that's typically what Trump thinks the European will do, but I don't think that's what the European will actually do. The European will probably try to do a tit for tat, even if the US continues the tit for tat, just for the sake of the principle, because the Europeans like to be principled, they are not very practical people. the European, especially at the European Commission, those are regulators. They like rules. They enjoy rules. They enjoy principles, right? And so if the US starts to attack the EU tech companies, I don't think the European Commission will just say like, "Oh no, sorry, please don't do that." No, no, they will answer based on, well, we need to apply the principles. We need to follow our principles. And when a country attacks us, we respond with the same because this is what the principles call for. Like Europeans are way less practical people compared to the Americans. So, and that would be interesting, I think. The US Trade Representative argued that EU tech companies such as Accenture, Amadeus, Capgemini, lots of French company there. Capgemini, I think, is French. Accenture, I'm not sure. Mistral, SAP, German, have been able to operate freely in the United States for decades. Well, my dude, so do the American big tech companies. They have been able to operate freely in Europe, in the European markets for decades. So yeah, and I mean, that's also why Europe today doesn't have many big tech social networks companies, because the Americans have scaled first and came to Europe right away before the European market would have been able to create similar social networks. And that's why America has all the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and in Europe we struggle and we don't have those. Because the American companies basically, could very easily expand into the EU market. If we had, I believe that if we had done things similar to the Chinese, for example, like putting market barriers, preventing all these American companies from easily offering tech services in Europe, I think today we would have had more big tech European companies. But of course, nowadays, like we don't, and most of these big companies here are basically tech consulting companies, which is arguably the worst kind of business you can have. Well, SAP is like a corporate software company. Mistral is the only LLM company we have. I mean, there's also some smaller German companies, but Mistral is the only European, worldwide, I guess, LLM company we have, and it's still small. So there is a part of me that is interested in the prospects of the European tech market starting to close itself to the American companies. That would be very interesting to me. Yeah, exactly. Petit French, petit pois baguette. Because we know how to make social networks. Like we know how to do. The Europeans know how to do tech. It's just that we didn't. And to do cloud, we have some small cloud, but like the big tech companies, the big American tech companies, because they scaled so well and they were the first to innovate in all these things at the early 2000s. They were able to just snatch the entire European tech market, and that's annoying for us. So I'm just curious about what would and here, like, the US has only things, look, Trump is probably too stupid to understand how much the US has to lose here, how much the American companies, big tech companies, have to lose here with this confrontation with Europe. But I would be curious to see what we could do, with American companies one of a sudden being restricted from accessing the European market as easy as they did for the past 20 years. That would be an interesting thing. But that would also disturb entire supply chains and entire computing infrastructure of all the European of all the major European companies. But you know, if we do this over 10 years or so, I think we can find alternatives. That would be interesting, you know? Because like Europe allowing American companies to serve their tech services for free, you know, freely in the EU had made us a technological dwarf, whereas in China they didn't have that. You know, they put a strong wall between the American tech companies and the Chinese market, and as a result, they developed their own big tech giants. And today there's Huawei and Alibaba, you know, that are the Chinese equivalents of I don't know, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, right? And in Europe, we don't have that. We don't have the Huawei or Alibaba of Europe or France or whatever. You know, that sucks for us. So yeah, interesting. I doubt that the US will actually go through on this because they have too much to lose. Basically, they have the entire European market to lose, and the Europeans only have things to gain in terms of pure market share. Well, we have some things to lose when it comes to, uh, tech infrastructure being disturbed. But maybe over the long term, it's kind of worth it. Okay, next topic. New CPU. Yeah, at CES, I saw this. AMD, a new CPU. A new CPU threatening its supremacy is on the way. Alors, interesting because, like, it's funny to notice how AMD on the CPU side is starting to really overtake. I mean, has already overtook over Intel in the CPU market. I think that's interesting. Now, like, the AMD CPUs are almost always recommended when you buy a new PC. The AMD CPUs are always a bit better. They're a bit better. They're a bit cheaper than the Intel, and they don't have the kind of bugs that the Intel CPUs had over the last couple of years. That's interesting. Next topic. Boston Dynamics Atlas. Humanoid robot Atlas will work in Hyundai factories by 2028. Ah, yeah. Wait, where is it? Bon, voilà. Where is it? Atlas. Please show me the Atlas. That was fast. That was fast about what? The CPUs? What? Atlas. And Ryzen. AMD Ryzen. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, the story is a new CPU done. Voilà. I don't have any opinion. Just new CPUs are good. That's the news. Voilà. Boston Dynamics Tesla bot rival Atlas will start building Hyundai cars in 2028. The company said they'll start making 30,000 Atlas robots annually in 2028. Finally, right? Because we've seen those videos of the Boston Dynamics, robots since forever. And I was always wondering, like, when are they going to actually use those, right? Well, I guess the time is now. I have a tech news. Okay, tell me. March 2025. NVIDIA is doing the break for Linux. Really? NVIDIA Force Now will be available on Linux soon. Ah, GeForce Now. Oh, really? Interesting. Let me check real quick. GeForce Now. Linux. Ah, yeah. Ah, that's pretty cool. Ah, yeah, no, GeForce Now is a cloud gaming service. Ah, okay. Well, okay. Let me. Hmm, yeah, okay. Let me add this. GeForce Now comes to Linux. I mean, look, it's a small news, so okay, nice. New app. Cool. It's funny, they really reduced the body of Atlas, huh? Because before it was very bulky, right? Like the Atlas jumping video. Look how bulky it was, right? 2021. It was very bulky, huh? Look how fat he was. You know? Stop to call me fat. No, I mean, look, he was just, he was a robot with benefits. He was a plus size robot, okay? He was just a plus sized robot. And there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Look, it didn't prevent him from jumping and doing, saltos and stuff like that, right? Look at this. Plus size robot can do lots of things too, huh? I'm not saying, but look now. It turns out now he's a bit more skinny. He lost some weight, and voila. Congrats, right? Now, voila. Wow. That's pretty cool. And so now, instead of actually doing some stupid jumps and stuff like that, they will actually finally start to do some real work. Am I right? Oh, what's going on? Oh no. What? The Verge? It plans on mass producing Atlas as production ready. Ah, yeah, so finally, Boston Dynamics. I mean, I guess they produced a lot of the Spot robot dogs, right? Boston Dynamics. They produced a lot of those. But for the humanoids robots, I didn't see any news about this before this news. 30,000 robots annually. Now that's a lot. That's like, yeah, that's a real production. Yeah, so now they're going to start producing robots like we produce cars, right? Also, 30,000 robots. That's way more. Like Hyundai is not going to buy all of this for themselves, right? That's too much. 30,000 robots. I mean, even if the robots are like doing a quarter of the work of a human, that would replace like what 10,000, 8,000 humans or something. That's still too much. 10,000? Well, I guess it depends how big Hyundai, how many factories Hyundai has. But nowadays, like factories don't employ thousands of people, right? Do they? I'm not sure. Alors, Hyundai says that Atlas will level up to tasks involving repetitive motions, heavy loads, and other complex operations. Okay, they're a bit blurry about what they will do with it. The automaker envisions a harmonious collaboration between humans and robots. Despite widespread fears about job loss and as a result of increased automation. Mm-hmm. Well, K-pop dance, okay. We know it can dance and it can jump around. We know that. How about, yeah, so they still have the robot dogs going on. The company started selling Spot. Voilà. So they did start to sell Spot for 75K. Voilà. Despite the viral fame, Boston Dynamics has consistently lost millions of dollars annually for a number of years. I mean, look, this is more like, I guess for a deep, like a company, a startup that does so much R&D, it's not crazy that they would lose lots of money for a long time, especially on such high tech, like cutting edge high tech. Hyundai acquired Boston Dynamics. Oh, I didn't know about this. Hyundai acquired Boston Dynamics in a deal that valued the company as 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion for Boston Dynamics. Bon, of course, you were not there, Nat, but just be at the beginning of the stream, I watched some articles about some AI related acquirements. No, acquiring. And like Meta bought a little AI agent company that was created last year for $2 billion. You know? And here you are, Boston Dynamics, probably one of the coolest tech companies, tech startup that has, roamed this earth, being sold for Hyundai for 1 billion. And last year, there's like probably 3 guys with a hand in their underwear that created an AI agent platform that just got sold for 2 billion to Meta. Oh. and NVIDIA just acquired Grok. I mean, acqui-hired, so not even full acquisition. They acquired Grok with a Q, the inference startup, LLM inference startup, for $20 billion. Bon, it was 2021, right? So it was before the AI bubble, before ChatGPT, like ChatGPT came out, I think, at the end of 2022, 2023 or something. Right? So it was before all that. So of course, since then the valuation have gone up a lot. But still, that's pretty sad in comparison. Tesla has ridden a wave of AI app hype in recent years to a market capitalization of over 1 trillion, over 15 times Hyundai's value, despite selling vastly fewer cars. I mean, yeah, that's the stock market for you, right? The shift for Atlas from research platform to commercial robots is certainly a significant milestone for Boston Dynamics, an inspiring company. Also likely to be an extremely costly endeavor for Hyundai to put Atlas into volume production. I mean, bon. The ironic thing here is that Boston Dynamics, because now it's owned by Hyundai, who is South Korean, right? They are probably not still going to manufacture those robots in the US, right? Even though they were created from in the US. So I guess the US still doesn't have any company that will actually have big plans to ramp up the humanoid robot production, and it's probably going to be happening in China again. And if it's not going to happen in China, it's going to happen in South Korea. So yeah, funny how the West really has lost the plot, has lost the war on the humanoid robot manufacturing. Like we're like, you know, that's pretty impressive how fucked up the Western economies are when it comes to humanoid robot manufacturing compared to China or even just South Korea. It seems interesting. Next topic, JS frameworks. Yeah, I saw this article about where are we heading uh, when it comes to JavaScript frameworks for 2026. Why not? That's interesting. So there's a few main themes that seem to become prevalent in the JavaScript framework ecosystem. So it turns out those main themes are where is it? Well, of course, AI, right? JavaScript frameworks that integrate well with LLMs, agentic coding, which right now is mostly about basically the LLMs are good at coding in the most prevalent JavaScript frameworks. So the LLMs are good at coding in React, in Solid. In React, in Vue, because there's a lot of code bases out there. I guess Angular, Solid, and Svelte also. Even though for like a few, the annoying thing with this is that every time there's a new like feature that come in Solid, Angular, any JavaScript framework, it always takes a few months for the LLMs to get up to speed, because of course their breakup point is always before the feature was released, so they don't have that. And I remember for Svelte 5, for example, I think we had to wait for at least like for 6 months after Svelte 5 was released for the LLMs to understand that, yeah, that's what you mean when you say these new features. No. In Svelte 5, there is like this new concept called runes. And yeah, the LLMs just didn't understand what runes were. Until 6 months after the release, fortunately. So that kind of sucks. And you need like to fix that. You need to then add a bunch of docs into the system prompt of the LLM. But half of the time it doesn't even follow the system prompt anyway, because the parameter weights are too heavy. That's annoying. I guess nowadays we have some MCPs to solve that, but the MCPs are bloatware, so bon. While there are fewer new JavaScript frameworks these days, one new framework in particular has really jumped on the AI first redesign. Remix 3, no longer built on React, is a ground up rethinking of full stack web development. Creators Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson? Oh my god, he's back. Have been very vocal about AI's role in both designing and implementing the framework. Michael Jackson is back, and he's back to make a new JavaScript framework. Isn't this the definition of hell that we've all been waiting for? Yes. Michael Jackson is back. Not to make new songs, but to make a new JavaScript framework. You know? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? That was my dream, He's back from the dead. Michael Jackson uses Java. I knew it. No, JavaScript, not Java. But the most interesting position they are taking is their goal of reducing domain-specific language, allowing AI to generate generic solutions more easily. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's JavaScript framework. He's working on JavaScript framework. Michael Jackson comes back from the dead to make the one thing nobody wanted and nobody needed in today's world, which is a new JavaScript framework. Yet another JavaScript framework. He came back for that though. Sad. Wait, guys. Woo! What's most brilliant about Remix Run 3? Wait, what is it? Because I know about Remix icons. Is it the same? Or is it something different? Is it from the same company? Build better website with Remix. Remix brings the state of the art in web development without leaving behind the fundamentals. Focused on web standards. I hope they don't mean web components, because I think everybody hates web components. Modern web app UX. You're simply going to build better websites. Remix is a full stack web framework that lets you focus on the user interface and work back through web standards to deliver a fast, slick, and resilient user experience. People are gonna love using your stuff. While you were waiting for your static site to build, distributed web infrastructure got really good. Break through the static. Remix is a seamless server and browser runtime that provides snappy page loads and instant transitions by leveraging distributed systems and native browser features instead of clunky static builds. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. Built on the web fetch API instead of Node, it can run anywhere. I don't know about the web fetch API. Well, I don't know anything about Node either, but okay. I guess it's an alternative to Node. Is it like a web native, like web, kind of like the web component equivalent of Node? Is it something like this? Made by the Mozilla people, something? It already runs natively on Cloudflare workers, and of course supports serverless and traditional Node.js environments, so you can come as you are. Page speed is only one aspect of our true goal. We're after better user experiences. As you've pushed the boundaries of the web, your tools haven't caught up to your appetite. Remix is ready to serve you from the initial request to the fanciest UX your designers can think up. Check it out. I still don't understand how this stuff works. Websites usually have levels of navigation that control child views. Sales, fetch. Also, like, I don't code in React, so I have no idea if I guess that's how React works, something. Not only are these components pretty much always coupled to URL segments. They're also the semantic boundary of data loading and code splitting. Hover or tap the button to see how they're all related. Through nested routes, Remix can eliminate nearly every loading state. Isn't it what SvelteKit already does? I mean, I guess the only framework I'm familiar with is Svelte and SvelteKit. And it reminds me of how SvelteKit does things. Most web app fetch inside of components, creating request waterfalls. What is this music? slower login jank. Remix loads data in parallel on the server and sends a fully formed HTML document. Okay, so that's server-side rendering, right? Way faster, jank-free. Wait, loads data in parallel on the server. Why do you need to load something that is like locally accessible? Isn't that just called server rendering? Server-side rendering? Way faster, jank-free. Without remix. Keep scrolling. Okay. This is fake. Keep scrolling. With remix. So without remix, yeah, you have the low, while it loads, you have the stuff like this. I don't remember the name. And then, yeah, you get first, and then, yeah, I mean, to me, that's just like server rendering, server-side rendering, right? Say goodbye to spinach dawn. Nested routes allow remix to make your app as fast as instant. Remix can prefetch everything in parallel before the user clicks a link. Well, yeah. Mais isn't like I'm confused. I'm confused about how this is different from just server-side rendering. Public data, user data, modules, heck, even CSS, zero loading state, zero skeleton UI, zero jank. Mais, my dude, the page still hasn't like, okay, you don't have the what? With remix, instead of actually seeing that something actually loads, you just have a blank page, but the person is still fucking waiting for the data to come to you know. Like how like yeah, like you're waiting for the data. I mean, I don't care if the data come in like one after the other like this, or all in once, all at once, like on the right. Why should I care? If it's like if it takes the same amount of time for everything to render properly, it's just that in one case there's just, you know, component by component, and the other just, you know, shows everything all at once. How is that fundamentally better? Stuff still needs to load. Well, I guess here the entire page is loaded before, right? I don't know, just put a bigger CPU on your server-side rendering server or something. Like, why? How is that revolutionary? I don't. Also, like the, you know, when you have to add so much text to explain the point of your solution, maybe it's because your solution is not as useful or revolutionary, or, you know, than you think. I don't know. All right, you code us. They'll just prefetch link tags. Hashtag use the platform. What? You ever noticed most of the code in your app is for changing data? Imagine if you only had props and no way to set state. What's the point? If a web framework helps you load data but doesn't help you update it, what's the point? Remix doesn't drop you off at the form on submit cliff. What the heck does even prevent default? Resilient, progressively enhanced data updates are built in. So simple, it's kind of silly. Just make a form and an action on the route module. It looks like traditional HTML form, but okay. Whoa, it's so long. Why can't they summarize what their framework does differently? I don't know. That's a bit weird to me, you know? That's a bit weird. Alors, watching the live reveal, Ryan would ask the AI to generate a simpler routine oblivious of the framework, and he could easily incorporate it into his demo. This is a stark contrast from other frameworks that have provided language primitives to better describe intent. Most frameworks have landed on a similar language of state, derived state, and effects. Yes, despite having different implementation. Yeah, even literally Svelte has come back to state derived and effects vocabulary in its primitives because it's more easily understandable for everyone. It's more standard, basically. Only time will tell whether it will be the ease of integrating generic solutions versus the guarantees that come with domain primitives that will provide better results. But it feels like we're finally starting to focus in on the right questions. Bon, maybe I'm not deep enough into the framework peculiarities of React and differences between React, Svelte, Solid, whatever, and how everyone does what he does. But that doesn't sound interesting to me, at least. To me, it's like, oh yeah, yet another JavaScript framework that does things slightly differently for roughly the same outcome. Congrats. Okay, now that's more interesting. The isomorphic first framework. Last year, we noted a pushback on server-driven technologies in JavaScript frameworks. While islands and React server components rose up during a time dominated by e-commerce and page speed scores, many developers were finding these solutions inadequate for the complex and highly interactive applications they were building. A lot of that complexity came from the ever-present boundaries between server and client UI code and confusion around the fact that islands and RC, so React server components, are very much a different architectures. I don't know what islands are. I'm not into React. So React server components. I guess it's like stuff that runs on the server, but that you write it, close to the front end stuff, I guess. It's like SvelteKit has the same kind of features, I think. On SvelteKit, you can like the files and the code that get executed on the front end and on the back end are literally next to each other. So like for the same component, you can actually write in JavaScript what's going to happen on the front and what's going to happen on the back. And in the same folder, basically the folder of the component or the folder of the page or whatever. And it allows you to, when you modify a component, you can more easily modify the front-end logic and the back-end logic in the same, breadth, basically in the same in the same in the same. Oh, today I don't. I forgot how to speak English. In the same, dynamic, whatever. I guess this is similar to that, right? English is hard, yeah. So I guess isomorphic first framework is the kind of is the kind of trend where people want to write the code that gets executed on the front and on the back in the same area of the code base, basically to ease the creation of new components and to ease the refactoring or the modifications or whatever, instead of going to the front, modifying something, and then going back to the backend code base and searching. And yeah, it's, I get the point. They are more like classic multi-page applications in the way they view navigation and mutation. So it is not surprising that the 2024 technology upgrades for single-page application have continued to propagate across networks. We've seen both TanStack Start and SvelteKit join Solid Start in bringing patterns like out-of-order streaming, server functions. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Granular optimistic UI and single flight mutations to their respective ecosystems. Bon, I don't know most of those because I don't actually use, like in my SvelteKit code base, I don't actually use the server-side JavaScript functions because I do not want to run JavaScript on the server and because it helps me separate the backend logic from the frontend logic. And in this sense, I am not very isomorphic friendly in the way I do my websites. But I think this is just easier for me to actually isolate what's happening on the front and what's happening on the back. And to an extent, for me, it's better for security, I think. Because when you are confusing, when you can confuse, or when your when your brain thinks the same way, or in the same breadth, in the same dynamic, in the same, fucking hell. How do you say that in English? Un élan, the same élan, momentum. Voilà. In the same momentum, in the same impetus. That's right. I think that when you are actually writing front end and back end code in the same momentum, you tend to forget that both, or I guess, the way you think about each code logic tends to blur a bit, and I think it's bad for security because like on the front end you need to be very aware that basically the front end is not your code, it will be the client's code, and so you need to have a specific approach about how you interact with the front end code base. You need to treat it with a certain kind of security approach in mind. And whereas for the backend, where the backend is a little bit more secure because it's not accessible to the client, but at the same time, when the backend receives data from the front end, the backend needs to check everything because the front end, again, is not your code, and the client can send whatever it wants to the backend, to your backend. And so I think that, at least for how I do things, I like to have backend and front end code very clearly separated in different, folders, in different code bases, because it reminds me that, yeah, I'm on the backend here. This is different environment, and this is a different kind of logic that you have to deal with compared to the front end logic. And I think that when you try to, put both the front end and the back end code next to each other with the same language in the same folder, whatever, maybe I don't know. Well, I guess serious programmers don't do that, right? But I guess there is a risk of forgetting that, yeah, you should code differently. You should code things differently, whether you're on the front or on the back. And it's important to, and it's not because the same code, it's not because both uh, files are on the same folder that they should behave the same or they should check the same things. Like, can be slightly more dangerous. And I guess it's, yeah. That's why, even though I understand that, yeah, it's more, the isomorphic kind of framework makes sense in terms of, well, especially if you mostly code even your backend in JavaScript, makes sense, right? To have everything under the same, next to each other. And in a way, it's also promoting a sort of a locality of behavior, right? Which is interesting too, in terms of, ease of maintaining and modifying a code base and refactoring code base. It's easier if all the code related to a given component on the back and on the front are, close to each other. But yeah, that's a stack start is really good. So happy that React finally has a good meta framework. It feels like everything I love about SvelteKit brought over to React. So timestack start is actually like SvelteKit for React. Interesting. Isomorphic rendering stuff can run on both client and server. Yeah, that's exactly what SvelteKit does. To get best of both worlds. I know that sounds like a foot gun complex. Trust me, it's not. Look through the execution model docs. None of the Next.js bloat. Interesting. So Next.js, because I thought that Next.js was close to this isomorphic approach. Well, I guess it has some bloat, it seems. I never coded in Next.js, so I don't know. Put together a side-by-side comparison of SvelteKit and timestack start doing the same thing. If I had to use React on the web, this is the way I would ever do it. So he never used React on the web? Interesting. Because I know that this guy is actually working for Theo, like T3 Chat, the YouTuber. I think he's working for him. So I guess he's a fairly experienced developer. Voilà, managing Theo's YouTube channel and building whatever I'm currently sniped by. That stack, two very basic to do apps. Yeah, so the SvelteKit, source, routes. Yeah, that's right. Layouts. Lib components, to-dos. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Remote. So he is separate. Wait, so is this from validation? So this is running on the server. Dot remote. I think he means server, right? App server. So this is the server side code. So why is he separating this? I mean, I guess routes. This is the front. This is the front. So he does separate the front and the back end code, it seems. And stack. Router, routes, root index. Okay. I'm trying to lose weight. Really, Nat? How are you going to do that? This has reaffirmed what I'm calling isomorphic first architecture. It can be server-side rendered, but with the core of the application code running in both environments. Both? That's a bit weird, no? This is the way we've done SSR for years. Yeah, but then that's what's security-wise. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it. Capabilities, we've seen things from like server components without the architecture change. I guess there are some specific security practices that you need to do for SSR and isomorphic that I'm not aware of. But yeah, I guess I'm going to just continue doing what I do with my backend and my front end separated. Diet. Now I just eat eggs and meat, not at the same time. I know what do you think, but I'm talking about food only. You're doing a diet? You're just eating eggs and meat. Well, yeah, but you know, if you want to lose weight over the long term, you need to change how you eat completely, you know, because once like even if you lose weight when you do the diet, when you will stop the diet, you will gain your weight back, you know. So you need to change your food forever, you know. Like, but now I'm just eating 2 times and doing exercises. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think exercises, yeah, is good. I mean, you know, like if you want to lower, like when people want to lower their weight, I think the main mistake that people do is that they do things temporarily, and so what happens is they lose weight temporarily, and when they stop the diet or the exercises, they gain back all the weight that they used to have, you know. Um, So I think the solution to lose weight over the long term, or you know, forever, is just to have a diet and exercise, you know, and doing workouts like sports, forever, not just in a short amount of time, you know. And then you will lose weight forever. But if you don't do that forever, you will not, you know, you will just go back to your base weight basically. I'm very fat, so for now I need to see how I look without all the belly. Then I will decide if I need to continue. Okay. Well, I think you will think that you look good, huh? Yeah, you look better without the belly, no? So why do you need to tell, like, why? Maybe do you really think that you will lose some weight and then you will be like, nah, I liked it better when I had a bigger belly? You know? I have a theory that I don't like myself in any way, but I need to prove. Ah, okay. Okay. I mean, look, that's your you know, that's your call, you know? You decide what you do with your body. I'm fighting against me. Okay, I see. Well, you know, in any case, whether you like yourself or not, if you lose weight, you know, being a bit skinnier and without a big belly is always positive for you, just in you know, for your health, right? So you know, depends. Well, it also depends how much you can take. The privations that will ensure and that will be needed, right? Because when you are used to eat what you want and you take pleasure in eating what you want, stopping to eat what you want brings pain and frustration, and of course, well, yeah, if you can't tank that, if you can't take the frustration, that would be problematic, I guess. So yeah, you will have to decide for yourself what you think you can sustain in terms of frustration, trying to do what the philosopher said: body and mind needs to be aligned. Yeah, my mind sucks, so I will try to fix the outside before fixing the inside. But no, Nat, your mind is amazing. Nat, your mind is amazing. Okay. You are a developer, which means that you have at least 115 IQ, okay, which is way above average, okay. And in addition to that, you are creative, so it's even better. You know, so everything is aligned already, except your big belly, I guess. The big belly is the only thing that you need to solve, and then everything will be perfect. I'm just an AI programmer. Well, all programmers of today, except the grumpy grandpas, right, are AI programmers nowadays, right? The AI is just a tool like any other nowadays. I even don't have a junior job. Well, lots of programmers don't have a junior job nowadays. You're not the only one. As it turns out, you can still leverage much of the efficiency of the server without a different architecture. I expect to see more evolutions in these frameworks to include their own version of server rendered templates, server components as we head into the new year. Nice for them, I guess. I even don't have money. Well, you're not the only one either. My money is over this month. You're not the only one either, you know? So don't worry. You're just fine. Yeah, think first framework. If I were to pinpoint where the biggest evolution of thinking has occurred in JS framework, it is definitely around async. Well, we are seeing dedicated primitive showing framework that have more recently adopted signals like Angular Resource API. The shift I'm talking about is more fundamental. The goal of JS frameworks is to make it more manageable to create interactive user interfaces. The approach most have taken is declarative. Hello Concalve, how are you? You describe what the UI should look like based on the state it is in. You depend on the framework to ensure consistency and responsiveness, where it processes user input and synchronizes states. The easiest way to do that is to create guarantees around synchronous updates. It's what made the VDOM attractive, and the power of signals. I guess that's a React thing again, right? Virtual DOM. Svelte doesn't have a virtual DOM. I think updates, by contrast, lose those guarantees and often feel hacked on, if even considered at all. Good, and you guys? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. This is the last subject of the tech news, and then I will switch to chill coding. We are reviewing the JavaScript frameworks evolutions, potential evolutions for 2026. What if that wasn't the case? What if async carried guarantees and were core to the experience? Those are questions React asked years ago with concurrent mode and transitions. But this year finally shed light on where that path has taken them. Rick Handlon's journey into use optimistic and actions shows us a future where every user interaction is wrapped in a transition, coordinating display update as values are available and ensuring consistency. It's very funny when every time I watch something about React, like I have this feeling that basically React has implemented every fucking feature imaginable in anybody's head, like the React has that. It's just that it has always been shipped as an isolated little feature that you can use or not, that just came out one day. Oh, by the way, we can do this now in React. Oh, by the way, you can use this now. You can use this and this and that and that, and like it's like they're shipping like a quadrillion different features that are not necessarily meant to be complementary, or that are not necessarily meant to like be standard, but like that you can still use if you want, and it makes, like, especially compared to Svelte, React has this. When I read about React, there is this fundamental impression of chaos, like feature chaos, where in React you can do everything in so many ways, and there's no standard way of doing things because there's new features happening every month or so. And so this is just a mess to learn, and to, like, when you start to know about like every, there is like it seems so messy compared to Svelte, because Svelte has like a few very specific ways of doing things compared to React, I guess it seems to me. I'm not sure, huh? But also because React is older, right? So they had all these years of like adding new stuff and blah, blah, blah. But they still kept the old stuff. So it's very, very ah. And every time I read about all these, quadrillion features that they added over the years, I'm like, oh, it doesn't make me want to learn, because like if I learn like some ways to do things with React, I know that there is like a quadrillion other features that people are using and I'm not using, and so if I come into another code base, I will not understand how things work because they used this feature from 2016, and this other guy is using another feature from 2021, and this other guy is using another feature that just came out last month, and they're all using React, but they all do different things, and nobody knows how the other stuff works, and it seems like such a messy, you know whereas in Svelte, I know that, like, yeah, there is a standard, path to, there is a a way to do things, right? There is a standard approach about how you do things, how you nest component, how you define things, how you do props, how you do, so yeah, it's interesting. There was a big change, right, when they changed from class-based to function-based. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's what I feel like is that at this point, React is so old. I mean, it seems to me at least that React is now so old that inside React, there is like 5 different paradigms of web development, in server side, client side, SPA, server rendered, both isomorphic, like you can do everything in React, but that's also why React is very messy to learn and to work and to maintain, I guess, especially to read, and I guess it's way harder like to read a React code base from another person that didn't come, that didn't use React at the same time, that didn't start using React at the same time as you, because there's all these, many different approaches and paradigms and features that came out at different years and that are not in the same paradigm and approach. And wow, that really doesn't make me want to learn React. I like Next.js. I don't know much about Next.js. I guess Next.js is similar to SvelteKit in that backend and frontend code is close to each other, right? And you can think about both in the same momentum, right? Funnily enough, if you squint a bit, it isn't that different from the new async handling in Svelte, which, while not having transitions, still group updates that trigger async together to ensure on-screen consistency. The resemblance in behavior is uncanny, even if Svelte accomplishes this via its compiler rather than explicit wrappers. Yes, okay. There's still some refinement required here. In React's case, asking design systems to adopt these patterns might be a significant lift for the ecosystem. But what is clear is that we are starting to see the vision unfold for ideas that have been floating around for the better part of the decade. This is the type of change that is highly impactful, yet so foundational. In a couple of years, it will be considered table stakes for frameworks. Watch this space. The future of JavaScript framework. I think more than any year in recent memory, 2025 has challenged the role of frameworks in web development. There has been a desire to step back from complexity for a while, but the alternatives haven't been compelling. Step back from complexity. I mean, depends what you mean by complexity. I guess at some point, the least complex thing is the complexity that you know, in a way. Like something that is complex but that is better than the complexity that you don't know. Maybe a complexity that you know is better than a simplicity that you don't know. My thought of the day. You can always do less until you can't. You can always use a more constrained abstraction until you outgrow it. It's a great exercise for learning. And as a framework author, I do it constantly. You could probably spend your time more effectively. Well, yeah, always. OG wants to eat meat. Just put in mouth, right? No, use fire cook meat. Fire hot. How I not burn hands? Use pointy stick or use hot rock or keep fire in box. Too many choices. How I pick? Don't know. Okay, meat on fire. Now eat, right? No, wait. Let cook. Then add salt, rock, and flavor leaf. So in order to eat meat, I need fire and stick and weight and rock and leaf. I just eat meat raw, stupid. And that's why I think that modern JavaScript is too complicated. Yeah. So I'm not talking about HTMX, no build, web components, or whatever simplified tool that is perfectly adequate for their particular range of problems. Most of us, we needed to move on, don't get to return to a simpler time. We've only avoided complexity through circumventing decision paralysis. We've adopted meta frameworks and more curated opinions and defaults on top of meta frameworks. Redwood and Create T3 app. I was always concerned that while valuable, it would be difficult to keep these up to date. Well, no longer, as AI has gutted this layer. For all the cleverly laid framework pieces authors design, AI will just smash things together. Well, sometimes. I mean, not for everything, but for most things, yeah. If anything, echoing the earlier sessions, it has put the focus on more primitive patterns. It's not that APIs are locked in. React is allowed to change. Local API changes are learnable. It's that the modular demands of Frankenstein's implementation make it harder to look at solution holistically. In a sense, AI is solving our complexity problem through its inadequacy. It does what a developer does when they don't understand a system, work around it by going a level lower and sticking to what they know. And the developer, now mostly responsible for stitching things together, will likely go along with that. We can talk about how this isn't optimal, but solving for this is a priority. It suggests we need solutions that locally provide explicit control while implicitly playing nicely with the system as a whole. It suggests we need solutions that locally provide explicit control while implicitly playing nicely with the system as a whole. What the fuck does that mean? Typical JavaScript framework person. It's not unlike developing software. It's not unlike developing software as if in a team, even if there is only one developer involved. Even if there is only one developer. It shifts the point of hitting certain types of scaling issues. Fortunately, whether intentional or not, the systematic rethinking is exactly the work happening in this space. Whether it is fundamentally re-examining async or looking at ways to keep most existing code working with isomorphic patterns. Conclusion. These topics all deserve a more in-depth look than I've afforded them today. I should have written more articles this past year, but I've been busy doing research. It is an incredibly exciting times to be working on JavaScript frameworks. Not for me. Huh? This isn't like when Islands, Resumability, and RRCs jumps on the scene. This isn't some glimpse at future technology capabilities that change how we approach problems at an architectural level. This is a time of core refinement, taking the lessons learned to apply more universal truths. The kind of change that impacts the way we think about our code, not just what we write, because we might not even be the ones writing it. And while people have been saying things to this effect for the last few years, in 2026, I think we start seeing this materialize into something tangible. The building blocks are being laid at the right level. And if none of this makes any sense to you, and it doesn't, like, whoa. What I read here, no idea what the fuck he's been talking about this entire article. Crazy. It is alright, give it some time. Bon, it's also because I've not been using much React, I guess, and most of what I guess most of what people talk about when they talk about JavaScript frameworks is React centric, or the implicit base concepts are based on React, right? So of course, maybe I should learn about the basics of React. Maybe as a professional developer, that's what is expected of me. But Svelte is good enough. Give it some time. Admittedly, it didn't make much sense to me until I could feel the pull on decision making within my own sphere, like some distant black hole ever, so slightly changing the course of gravity. But after a couple of years of slogging through the complexity of past constructs, I'm more than ready to follow the path to where it takes us next. I think people are too. I mean, why do we have to be so complex when we talk about fucking front end and fucking back end? Why is it, like, why do there is a problem with JavaScript web developers, like the way at which they, I mean, like, bon, I really feel like there is a fetish problem with abstractions and complexity in the web developer environment. Like, of course, I'm not the first one to say that, but every time I read something like this, I'm like, why would you do this to yourself? Like at the end of the day, the fucking web pages we are building is just a few milliseconds of loading stuff and things appear. Like, why does it need to be that complex? Are you building the software for the particle accelerator or something? Like, why do we need such complexity for building web pages? You know? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Why are people like this? Why are people always why do people always want to make a point into like cutting hair in four and arguing over like tiny stuff that for the end user, the end consumer of the software product will not make any change, you know? Like the web page loads, whether it's client side, server side, nobody cares. It's only you crazy abstracting fetish people, developers that are obsessed about do I need transitions to make the loading more. Nobody cares. Stop caring about things that nobody cares. Maybe you should start to care about things that people actually care about, such as I don't know, design or something. You know, the browsers were not invented for web apps. Interaction on web was invented after. Yeah, true. I mean, true. But, it's just that I feel like like web technologies and JavaScript frameworks is this weird area of technology that shouldn't be complex, but for some reason, it seems that there's a lot of people who like to put tremendous amount of brain hours into making the perfect optimized whatever you know and I guess for very big companies or very big projects or whatever, maybe it's needed or what or something, but do you really need that? Like, at the end of the day, it's still just a fucking web page that you need to show to people. It doesn't have to be crazy, you know? This is just an internet document with a UI. Why do you need, like it's like there's more brain power being put into JavaScript frameworks than into fundamental physics research. Like, what is wrong with us? You know? What's what's going on? What's going on? I like to optimize stuff. Yeah, I understand. But I understand that people like to optimize stuff. It's just that I don't know. I mean, the problem is not about optimizing. Optimizing is good. Like I don't know when people I don't know. There's plenty of stuff that are optimized, but like especially compared to the back end or the general programming side. Like to me, the general programming side of software dev seems sane. Like it seems more. Like when you talk about Rust is optimized, right? But it's reasonable. It feels more reasonable, right? But every time I try to look at the JavaScript frameworks at the front end stuff, it always seems like it's always bordering on the unreasonable side of intellectual abstraction and intellectual complexity. It's a very weird feeling, but I don't know. Like I only get this impression with front end development. the general programming, when you talk, Rust, C++, C, Go, C Sharp, video game programming, whatever, everything seems to be, I don't know, reasonable to me, but when I look at it, when I watch some videos, when I, read some articles or whatever. But JavaScript frameworks always seems like, like the mad scientist took over or something. It's very funny. The internet has become a bloated mess. Huge JavaScript libraries. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Countless client-side queries and overly complex front-end frameworks are par for the course these days. Very popular. When popular websites like the New York Times are multiple megabytes in size. Yeah, just for displaying one article. Like, what the fuck? Nearly 50% of which is JavaScript. There's a problem. Why does any site need to be that huge? It's crazy. But we can make a difference. All it takes is some optimization. Do you really need that extra piece of JavaScript? Does your WordPress site need a theme that has lots of functionality you're never going to use? Are those huge custom fonts really needed? Are your images optimized for the web? The 512 kilobytes club is a collection of performance-focused web pages from across the internet. To qualify your website must satisfy both of the following requirements. It must be an actual site that contains a reasonable amount of information, not just a couple of links on the page. Your total uncompressed web resources must not exceed 512 kilobytes. I mean, yeah, I agree. I indeed agree. But like it's also people not caring about. For example, on Zenkan, I remember I had like a few megabytes or maybe one or two, I don't remember, of JavaScript library that was taken by the password checking library. Because the password checking library actually had in plain text inside the library all the bad passwords that I can tell people, don't use this password, this is a bad password, and so it blocks the password setting step. And it turns out it had like 5 megabytes, so like 3 million maybe not 3 million, but like a good 10,000 plain text bad passwords in the library, and it loaded every time you went on this page. No, actually it loaded every time you went to Zenkan, and I actually had it conditionally load on the page, on the page, like optimization like this. And so basically every time you would load Zenkan, you would load this library even though you were not on the page where you were setting the password, which was of course not optimized. So I took care of that. And so now voilà, Zenkan is a bit lighter when you are managing the your notes and stuff. It was one. But yeah, I guess it's stuff like that, that people forget about or don't check. And so yeah, it can be big. When you open one of those sites, it's fast. It feels fast and responsive. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's good, huh? It's good. And I think this is what it should be. Of course, do most people care that your website is 500 kilobytes? No, nobody cares, you know? It's only the nerds who care, but the real people of the world don't care, right? Your mom, if she checks your website, she doesn't care that your website is 500 kilobytes or 10 megabytes, right? It won't make a difference because the internet is faster enough today that, you know, of course, is it something that we should be trying to achieve? Yes. Yes. I care, but I understand what you say. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that, you know, it's always it's always a mix between simplicity and convenience, you know. I mean, one funny thing to do is like if you go to a private window just to not have the extensions, right? And you go on YouTube. And you go, sorry, and you go on network. Voilà, 7.4. Bon, this is also the video, of course. But you can go to Lighthouse. And usually YouTube is actually pretty bad. Pretty bad at loading. Let's see. I mean, you know, like the Lighthouse score of YouTube, I noticed last time. Voilà. Voilà, 33. You know? Lighthouse is a tool made by Google. And so, you know, YouTube, one of the biggest websites, voilà, has a very low score. And Lighthouse has been done by Google for Chrome. And even there are, so, you know, even like if even Google doesn't care about their own performance. What are you doing? Ah, oui, I'm, wait, I need to go into, so I finished the review, the tech news review. I'm talking about website performance net. You know, because we went from reading this JavaScript framework stuff to having I talk about Goncalves about how JavaScript frameworks are, you know, too complex and people love complexity. Voilà. And I'm like, well, maybe it's too much, but they care. It's just some stuff can't be optimized. Probably, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so these, you know, they're literally red on all of the scores, huh? For performance. You know, to me, it seems like they just don't care. Or at least it's not a priority, right? It's not a priority. So, you know, and in a way, to me, it's a very good example where, yeah, uh, your startup or your company will not actually get more clients, more customers, more impact on the world if it's very performant, right? That's not what matters at the end of the day. Well, if it's very, 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 very inefficient, it might block people from doing things, such as, for example, the Game Awards website that was extremely bloated and slow and impossible to interact with. So, to an extent, it has a real impact, right? On your users for sure. If it's too bad, like the Game Awards website. But for I guess for most cases, even if your website is a little bit bloated, as long as people can use it fine with a normal internet connection with with an average PC or whatever, whether it's performant or not doesn't matter, for the success of your business, because at the end of the day, most of the websites at the end of the day are there to run the business. You know, I always try to remind myself this because like efficient websites to me are is the perfect nerd sniping thing, that you can be trapped in, like. And I think it's good to actually at some point in the development you need to care about the performance and optimizing your website, of course, but obsessing over this will never bring you customers. Like, people don't come to YouTube because it's performant. They come to YouTube because there's good videos that they can watch, and you know like, why is it so loud? Oh my god. Like the FCP, like the FCP of videos. It's one of the score. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But like, also, I'm wondering, why did they not adjust Lighthouse to make sure that maybe YouTube had a better score? Like, they could have done that, right? Like, maybe if the main element is a video, maybe change this score or something. You know, so they don't even care if YouTube has a bad score. So like, but if they don't care, maybe I shouldn't care that much either. First content paint. Yeah, first content paint. Yeah. Yeah, but maybe they could have, I don't know, changed the. They could have changed the lighthouse scanning things, like, to account for this. But no. But voila. Okay. Tech news is officially done. Now let's switch to chill coding. Chill coding. Chill coding. Alors, what am I doing now? What am I doing now? I will do. I need to maybe try to put my blog online because I have made 2 articles, I think. I have not yet put it online. So let's do that. Deploying my blog. Fast API plus, well, actually it's not Svelte. Fast API plus JS on Raspberry Pi. Up. Portfolio. Only fan? No. OF. No, my blog, my personal blog. Not my portfolio. Okay. Is it this? No. Yet. Let me commit this, add up, down, arrow, topics in dashboard. That was for the overlay. Okay. Tac. PT. What? Okay. Stack Overflow reports a drop of approximately 82% in monthly questions. Yeah, have you seen the graph? The graph of Stack Overflow? Attends, maybe I can find this on X. Stack, like from 2020 to something to now. People have been posting it nonstop. Voilà, this one. Look how crazy this is. This is Stack Overflow. So the very beginning, and this was before, like the x-axis starts from like 2008 when it was created, I guess. You know, peaked between 2014 and 2020, and then it's funny because the downfall started before ChatGPT. That's interesting, right? Like ChatGPT came around the end of 2022, so it was around here. So it, like, funnily enough, ChatGPT accelerated the downfall, but Stack Overflow was still already trending down from its height of 2017 or something. You know, for some reason, yeah, 2020, I guess with the COVID, people started to look more. Maybe more people switched to coding because it was the remote work heaven or something. And then it went down, and then ChatGPT just accelerated the downfall. It's crazy, huh? I mean, of course, this shit would be draw. All the guys are like, "Oh, you're so stupid. Go back to your mother belly. You're stupid." Yeah, I mean, I guess there is also a problem with Stack Overflow. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, you know, there's a lot of Stack Overflow mods and um, you know, answer givers that turns out are, you know, grumpy people. So yeah, I guess maybe it participated. Do you think that's why it started to go down, because people were fed up with the despising of the some of the programmers that were answering the questions, something? Do you think it played a role? I don't know why everybody treats the IT area like a godness area. Why they can't treat like any other area? Like, you don't need to be a genius to either love your or either love your profession. It's just a job, you know. Yeah, can work in this shit and hate it like any other thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. I mean, yeah. It's just that I guess the very hardcore programmers, you know, like the people who went to software engineering because not because the pay was good, but because they actually started coding when they were 13 years old, you know, these kinds of people who are not interested, you know, who are mainly interested about the actual programming aspect, you know, like intellectually speaking. These kinds of people have a very specific psychology, you know, that makes them, I guess, more likely to be a bit, you know, they take themselves very seriously, and they, um, yeah, they maybe have a propensity to despise other people when they don't meet their very high intellectual standards, you know. Bon, I guess it's, you know, it's not only in software engineering that you find those profiles, of course. But I guess in software engineering, there is an aspect to it where there are a lot of these people around, you know? Probably more than in other professions, maybe. It would be better if you really enjoy, but this is not a mandatory thing. Yeah. Yeah. But because you know, like when I think about it, I actually encounter these kinds of profiles. You know, for example, at school, you know, I know there were some teachers of mine, or you know, that I knew in my school or whatever, that had this kind of, you know, uh very high standards for what they do or what they think they do well, and just, you know, despising anybody who doesn't come close to them, you know, or something like this. So, you know, it's not only in programming that you have these kinds of uh, personalities, I guess. But yeah, funnily enough, you know, in programming, maybe there's more people like this than average, probably. Why? I don't know. Maybe there's something with, like, you know, the highly intellectual mechanical aspect of programming that makes these personalities like more interested or something. I don't know. Maybe it's also like a kind of, you know, high functioning autism spectrum stuff that makes people less inclined to care about, you know, being nice to other people, because you know, high functioning autism that is linked with, you know, mathematics, you know, mathematics and programming and stuff like that. Usually these people are very bad at handling other humans, communicating with other humans, you know. So maybe that's why you just have a bunch of, you know, high functioning smart people on the autistic spectrum that just happen to not deal with human interactions very well, because they don't care and they don't understand how to be nice to other people or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to find a reason for why, you know, Stack Overflow was so toxic to beginners. I don't know. But I'm trying to say here why I would search help on Stack Overflow if I have the docs and AI nowadays. I don't think those is stuff. Humans are just bad sometimes. Yeah, but why are people more, you know, like the toxicity of Stack Overflow is a very well-known thing, you know, like it's not like it's like every other community, you know, like the Stack Overflow toxicity is famous, you know, like the same way the League of Legends, you know, community toxicity, you know, it's the same kind of things. Like it's like this activity attracts certain kinds of personalities that turns out are usually pretty toxic and not nice for some reason. It's funny. And yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, the fall with ChatGPT is just because, yeah, it's the AI is nicer than the average Stack Overflow person answering, right? So yeah. Just thinking about number, money, views, this stuff. Well, that's the you know, the toxicity of Stack Overflow is I think not was not about this, and that was maybe the most crazy thing about it is that in Stack Overflow you had a bunch of beginners who try, maybe who were a bit lazy and who just wanted to, get the quick answer to their problems or whatever. Of course, they just asked a question and got, slapped in the face by the old programmer that takes himself very seriously, without any money involved. That's the thing. And I think, that's why people were a bit, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, humans. And more text like, yeah. Yeah, and like, compared to Reddit, it's fun. Also, Stack Overflow has this aspect where it appeared very, very professional. Like when you ask a question on Stack Overflow, there was an aspect to it where you were like, oof, I'm going to interact with like serious, old, grumpy, experienced programmers, and if I just say things the wrong way, ooh, they will just roast me or something, Like there was this aspect of it that I think maybe people didn't like, and I can understand. Whereas, as the guy said here, on Reddit, things are more casual, so people are less afraid of asking questions, I guess. And on Stack Overflow, like some profiles were very, very has had a very high reputation. Like when you were a guy that was answering lots of Stack Overflow questions as a programmer, you literally had like a reputation or something. You were a big deal or something. Whereas on Reddit, everybody is anonymous, and since it's not specialized, I guess it's more casual. And the AI, it turns out, is nicer. So yeah. But I'm sure that some people are still searching, are still asking questions. I mean, a bit less now, but for the very small amount of things that I guess don't, cannot be solved by the AI. But even though now it's getting pretty close to zero, unfortunately, for Stack Overflow. What is this like? Is this like 200, 300 questions per day or something, per week? That's very few. Yeah. But here we have a famous YouTuber, very aggressive, but he just do it to be a troll. So he uses the aggressivity to teach how to program and to show this area is not that good and these things. Program and show this area. Really? So wait, so his objective is to show that programming sucks, basically? Like as a profession, as an activity, as a community? Like what is his goal? But doing this, all the community starts to do the same thing. But then we increase the aggressivity. Yeah. Mm, yeah. I mean, that's why you should not. I guess you should refrain from being, aggressive and mean online, especially as a content creator, because people will, even though you might think that you do it for fun, people will actually take it more seriously than you think, and aggressivity, and yeah, not that programming sucks, but it is like, oh, do you think that programming is an easy way to get money? Look at this shit. We don't have jobs available. Ah, okay. like this, but also do videos laughing about the stupid guests, stupid quests, stupid quests, stupid questions. You mean? Ah, on Stack Overflow. I don't know. Mhm. But you also do videos laughing about the stupid on his server on Discord. Ah, okay. Okay. Bon, alors attends. Let me think real quick. I need to stop using the mouse. Ah oui, so I have not used my template for this. I have not used my template. So I don't have the deployment script. So I need to do a custom deployment script for this one. Mm. I mean, in Brazil, we have a lot of courses promising you can win a lot of money doing 3 months course. This is a problem. I mean, in my option, it's very bad. You trip everything with anger and do jokes about who don't know about something. I know it's just sad sometimes. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand. Yeah, yeah. I don't like these kinds of content. Yeah. I'm not like that. So yeah. But yeah, I guess I ended up like seeing some these kinds of content in France, but yeah, I just don't like these kinds of vibes, you know, like people mocking other people for fun or whatever, you know. Okay, alors attends, let me open cursor with my template on the side just to see what I need to copy. I need to copy to deploy stuff. Ah, web template. Ah. Bon, I need two scripts. I need one script. I need. I also need to open my caddy, my web server, and I need to add petit.com, petit.com. Where is caddy? Alors, what is it? What is it? There is a guy who was in the server and asked for some help. And then when he said, "Oh, I use React Native," all the people on the server started to be an asshole. Then he just quit the server. But then the YouTuber make a video saying, "Oh, look, this guy, haha, he can't with a little joke, haha, stupid," or something like this. This community sucks. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess this guy's community sucks. Yeah, you know, it's just mean people, right? Mean people who likes to mock others. Yeah, people say instead of helping, they mock people, which is sad. Ah. If I knew how to program stuff well, I would start a YouTube channel just to be nice. Well, you know how to program stuff nice, Nat. You can just start, huh? You know? Alors. I don't know how to program well. You do. I know enough to work, but not well. Well, yeah, but if you wait until you have 30 years of experience and you've read all the, you know, the big books, you never start, you know? I will make YouTube videos even though I'm not a knowledgeable member of the software engineering community, you know? And I don't care. I will still try to make videos that are useful for people, you know? I don't, you know, like for example, I know that compared to the guys that have read, what is this book, best programming book, you know, I have a book in mind that summarize like the people who I think, you know, consider themselves to be real software developers. This book, Structure and Interpretation of Computer Programs, voilà, you know the kind of person who have read this book. The kind of person who have read this book, for example, you know, are the kind of person that I am not. You know, people who like, you know, understand truly how the computer works and where all the programming languages come from. You know, like they have read extensively about it and they have deep philosophical reflections about how you know, programming works and how it should work and what all the abstractions you know, serve and whatever, you know, and how the memory should be used, you know. Look, if only the people who are like this made videos, nobody would make videos, you know. So I don't care. I'm just going to make the videos anyway, even if I'm not, you know, a knowledgeable member of the software engineering society. I don't care. You are a good programmer. Thank you. And you know how to manage server and all these things. Well, yeah, but you too now. That's what you did. You're a programmer. I'm an aspiring one. Nat, you had a programming job, and I didn't. I never worked as a programmer in a company, you know? So no, you're a bit more of a programmer than me. API. Look, I don't want to do a compliment fight here. Okay, let's stop it there then. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. I'm not good at programming. I will just thank you then. That's right, Nat. I won. You need to take my compliment. You're the best programmer, Nat, and you can't respond. That's right. You're just the best. Sorry. By the way, my blog just shut down a few weeks ago. Oh, really? Why? File serving from SRE, machine, software set. What if I want to buy a new VM and I can stop to use the free one? Ah, well, yeah, that's something for you to decide. But you know, there are some cheap VMs. Where did I see that? On fly.io or something? I saw that recently. Fly.io. You see, look, one machine, one core. Well, 256 megabytes. Depends on what you use. Two, 2 gigabytes. $4. $4.5 per month. I don't know how if it's expensive or not in reals, but I spent 200 real by my doing for a year. Yeah. Etzner. I like Etzner. Yeah, Etzner is also good. Etzner is also good. And Etzner is European. Actually, it's German. And it's also pretty cheap. Cloud. Yeah, you see, starting at €3. Well, I guess in dollars it's roughly the same as the Fly.io. Cost optimized. Yeah, €3. Yeah, it's roughly $4, I guess. And there's two vCPU, so it's a bit better than the Fly.io. Fly.io, there's only one. 4 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, the Hetzner is way better for the price. Finland. Yeah, Hetzner. Hetzner pretty good. Contabo. I don't know Contabo. Ah, yeah, cheap too. Yeah. 4 VCP. 4 VCPU. Oh. Oh. 8 gigabytes, 75. Oh, Contabo is the best here, no? Even compared to Etzner. 4 vCPU, that's a lot for $3. Including VAT, huh? So you do not pay tax on top. That's crazy. Damn. 8 gigabyte VRAM, that's like my Raspberry Pi. So it's more than enough, huh? For one website, it's more than enough. You can't put like 5 websites on there. 8 gigabytes of VRAM, 75 gigabytes of storage, 4 vCPU. Yeah, I mean, my Raspberry Pi, I think I have 4 cores. Well, it's 4 full cores, not vCPU, but cores. But yeah, it's a very good. It's a very good. Huh? I will save it. Hostinger, I already have the domain there. Let me see if hello, Cody Wiseman, how are you? How are you? I'm good. I'm good, and you? Hostinger is a bit expensive, I think. I mean, I used Hostinger like 6 years ago, and it was like the cheapest option I remember was $15 per month. But they have lots of like managed WordPress things, I think, on Hostinger. So that's why it's expensive. I've not looked at it since a while though. What are you up to, Cody C. Wiseman? What are you doing? Alors, just trying to put keynote. Oui, non, start fast API. Allez. Do I need secrets? Do I have secrets here? No. I don't have secrets. So what I need is a I need a script to deploy my blog. So to deploy the backend, to update the front end on the web server, and to deploy the fast API process. Yes. Been showing some people my dev streaming, I guess, repurposing app, dev streaming repurposing app to people. So hard to watch people try all the bugs out. Dev streaming repurposing app. What is this? Please give me some details. What is this app about? Hmm. Mhm. One coding session marketing solved. If link work here, you can check the landing page. Okay, yeah. Stream or record while you build. Repurpose your dev session to task list, short, schedule, blog post. Alright, Twitch, stream to vids, tech. How it works. Point us at your Twitch. Our AI engine processes the session using your hardware and keys. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Review, edit, and perfect the generated assets with ease. Publish to your blog, social and video platform in one click. Built for builders. App developers, indie hackers. Frequent shipping feature, handle develop tweets and changelog where you build in public. Game developers. Transparent pricing, early access. How will you post content to tweets? What is this again? Medium, TikTok, WordPress, blog. Interesting. Because that's literally what I want to do, you know? So that's interesting. It's actually free. It's make me famous. Task list, shorts, change logs, social updates, blog posts. Interesting. Linux. Okay, but I will not do that now because I mean no. Ah wait, on first launch. All right, it's 18 megabytes. Okay. Yeah, I mean I will try, you know. Not everything is built yet. Okay, so work in progress. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's interesting. My name is Tito. I don't just fucking use Cloudflare from Tito to Petit Pois. What is this? If you have VODs in YouTube, you can get title, description per chapters or extract shorts based on spoken content. Interesting, because you know I've just been trying to make these kinds of script myself during the holidays. You know, like taking like you know using transcripting big VODs with Whisper, cutting the silence, and then well, I've also been trying to do that with Blender, a Blender video editor, because the Blender video editor is fully scriptable, you know. But yeah, interesting. Everything is customizable. Ah, that's pretty cool. Side I made, lol. Just fucking use Cloudflare, petit pois. Stop spending 17 different bills for your shitty to-do app. Stop pretending you're an infra genius when you're just bleeding money. Petit pois. You're fucking kidding me here. Petit pois. You've got Vercel for front-end, Railway for backend, AWS 3 for storage, PlanetScale for DB. Bon, it turns out I don't actually use any of those, my dear Tito. My backend and my front end is hosted here, you know, just here on my little Raspberry Pi, you know. So I don't pay anything actually. I mean, I paid a long time ago, but not now. So yeah, I don't need Cloudflare right now. I mean, uses Cloudflare. Ah, yeah, and we know that's right. I do use Cloudflare for the DNS, for the proxying whatever DNS. Yeah, that's the only thing I use with Cloudflare. But for the actual hosting, I just host it myself. Yeah. But yeah. But I mean, to be fair, I am aware that Cloudflare is pretty cool when you do need some hosting. The Cloudflare workers, pages, and all that stuff. I've heard there's very little, there's very good free tier, right? For the workers and the pages. I actually host most of my domains on Cloudflare right now, and the DNS stuff. Yeah, so I do know that it's there if I need to, you know, if I need it. For example, if one day I start to, you know, do freelance work or whatever, I think I will try to use Cloudflare. Yeah. So yeah, very good. I agree with you, Tito. Cloudflare is pretty cool. Extracting transcript, asking them to find the stories and segment. Yeah, so I've been trying to do that recently. I mean, in the holidays, last week, I tried to do that. I have a little script that, you know, takes whisper, tries to find, tries to cut some clips or whatever. But yeah. No, actually, I've been doing this last week. It was for not for taking clips out of VODs. Actually, I think I just used the same repo for that. But I tried to make a video script like theme like plan maker for a video script. You know, for me talking to the camera. And then trying to take a footage of me like speaking to the camera and have auto cutting of the silence and auto assembling on the timeline inside Blender with the script, with the Python scriptable API of the Blender video editing stuff. That's what I did last week. The clips VOD, I actually did it previously, but I just stopped. Maybe I should try to go back to it, or just use your own stuff. Self-hosting Raspberry Pi rack for the win. Yes, exactly. You got the upload and latency. If you got the upload and latency, that's the dream. Well, I guess it's good enough. I will see, you know? I guess the upload is not that bad. It's good. And like, you know, for simple, you know, for small scale websites like what I do now, it's enough, you know. But I actually calculated, I think. What did I calculate? Yeah. I mean, I think I calculated that it like my current upload, download, like internet line is enough until like is enough to serve up to something like I don't remember, but like crazy amounts of, concurrent users. And if you add to it the Cloudflare cache or whatever that I could add on top, that I think I don't use right now, but I could add it on top, and it's like the Raspberry Pi is totally fine. And just actually just the fact that I stream already uses like 1,000 times 100,000 times more data that I've been compared to what I've been using with my websites for the past year or something. Like every day just streaming to Twitch uses like 100 times more data than what my websites took in the last year or something. Like it's crazy stuff like this. I mean, it's when I started to use Raspberry Pi, I'm like, mate, like lots of companies, they pay very expensive stuff, but really, you don't need much, for most use cases. And also in my last company, I really understood that most of the crazy, infrastructure that people use in companies is usually just about like tool flexing. It's like they want that Cassandra database because it sounds cool, it sounds like serious and corporate. And because the consulting company that sells the Cassandra database to the client, to the big mega corporation, can charge a lot for it. But do the company actually needs a fucking Cassandra database to manage 70,000 clients in their database? No, they don't. They don't. Especially since there's like one update every 5 seconds or something. Like you don't need a Cassandra database to do that. But people still buy it and still pay for it because it sounds cool. Streaming is crazy heavy, especially if you stream to multiple platforms. Well, I only stream to Twitch now, but I do stream in multi format, whatever, enhanced broadcasting. So it did multiply my, when I activated the option, I did go from 4,000 kilobytes per second to 12,000. Simple HTML is low bandwidth. It's more about reliability, like backups, uptime, responsiveness. Yeah, true. Like big, yeah, it's true. Like big companies have more problems than me, so of course. But not even talking about. I'm not saying that big companies need to put their servers on Raspberry Pis. But I think that to an extent, it can be argued that lots of companies could pay way less and could have way simpler infrastructure if they just accepted the ego hit of, just using less complex systems. Because that's what they do. Same skills, knowledge, tools as the bigger projects. Yeah, true. I mean, I guess that's also what most developers do, right? They make their own little project with Kubernetes, even though of course it's absurd for their little personal weekend project to use Kubernetes. But at the same time, if they are employed in a big company, it makes sense that okay, now they understand how Kubernetes works, and it's useful, for this big company or something. So I get that it's it's sometimes useful to be able to play with complex technologies for your work, to add value to your skills. Yeah. There's other incentive for workers to use the bigger node tool so it's transferable for to the resume. Exactly. And I totally understand this. Yeah, I totally understand that. Wait, what was I doing? Um, okay, bon. I need add new file or directory. Dear ends with the script stack. Then, alors, let's see. Let's see. What are you working on nowadays? Right now, I have entered my YouTube era. So I want to have a little blog on which I will publish blog articles on subjects that I want to talk about. And I will also, based on these blog articles, publish YouTube videos. And then, in addition to that, I want to continue developing my little apps. I still need to continue marketing the two apps. I mean, finish the marketing cycles for my two apps that I made, ZenCan and Control Kai. And when I'm done with those two, I will probably try to do another one. Yeah, in parallel of the YouTube stuff that I'm trying to do. It's just that now YouTube, Twitch, my Twitch, the YouTube being funneled to the Twitch stream. I have decided since last month, because I got the affiliate status from Twitch, that I was going to take my streaming on Twitch seriously, more seriously, and I will try to make it grow. And so for that purpose, I think I would try to make YouTube videos. That's at least the the straightest way I can imagine myself growing this Twitch channel. Congrats! Thank you very much. Because basically, I've been streaming on Twitch very casually for the last year and a half, but I never actually intended to make anything out of it before the affiliate, because it was mostly away from me. And I streamed for like lots of hours, like 6 hours. At the very beginning, I streamed for like 12 hours. Just because it was a way for me to not get distracted by watching YouTube videos, and I had to actually, do something on the screen for people, and the thing on the screen needed to not be a YouTube video I was watching. So it forced me to work a bit, and I just took the habit this way. But now I guess I'm trying to think about, how to actually try to grow. Because of course, since I didn't do anything to promote the Twitch channel, or I didn't output any content in the wild, I didn't grow my number of viewers over the last year. So I guess I do need to output some content, and the content needs to work for my Twitch channel to be known, I guess, to get more, attention. I only last 2 hours for now. For your streams, I mean, yeah, streaming is a bit. I mean, it depends what you do, right? It depends what you do in your stream. Like if you talk, yeah, you are streaming too. So if you talk 24/7, and if you explain actively everything that you do, it can be a bit tiring, But for example, at the very beginning, when I didn't care about, the content, I was just doing. I was just streaming to force myself to work, basically. There was no explanation. There was no content. It was just, I was just working randomly and talking to people who came into the chat from time to time. Mm, wait a minute. I just need to. Uh, just. Alors, impose the client avec the Docker. Yeah, I need to copy these. Those three, I guess. Start DB backup on Pi. Do I need to do that? Yeah. Backup SH. Upgrade. No. DB metrics. Yeah. DB query. Generate sitemap. Yes. Copy. Then I go to etsy.com, scripts, and I try to be active building and or tell stories while waiting, trying not to have silent time. Yeah, so when you try to do that, it's very tiring. Yeah, it's very, very, very tiring. I've only recently tried to do that with my tech news section at the beginning of the stream that I started doing seriously today. Um, but yeah, like talking all the time is very tiring. Even like my voice right now hurts a little bit because I've talked so much. you know, because usually I don't talk so much when I just work, on my stuff. I just talk when people talk to me like what I do now. But yeah, like with the tech news section, I just full at least for an hour and a half. I just talk. I also try to think about it as a transition to like edited videos. So while I stream, it's a recording session. Just theory for now. Yeah, I mean, I also try to do that. Yeah, and I think it's better this way, right? Because you are just creating possible content. Yeah. Theo is one streamer that actually records most of the stream. It seems like he has a team for editing as such. Yeah. Theo has a team. Yeah. I mean, he has a company, and I guess some of his company work on his YouTube channel. Yeah. He's big. Yeah. He makes a lot of videos. And he's managing company, so he must have lots of people. Yeah, working on all of that. So of course, when you're solo, it's a bit harder, I guess. But can be done. I guess we all start solo at some point. Mm. Mm. Docker. Okay. He's also in other people's streams a lot, I think. I only discovered him from other streams. Oh, really? Did you hear about him before? Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh yeah, like do you mean he hangs out in people's chats? Like in the Primogen's chat or whatever, like as a chatter? Yeah, he chats on other streams. Oh wow. Ah, that's so fun. That's so funny. Really? Do you think it's like literally an outreach strategy, or does he really just is he just a genuine chatter? Because like if there's one strategy that I would not have thought could bring viewers is just this, like chat presence. I really don't think you can get any viewer this way, but maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe it was a friend. Okay, that's funny. I mean, yeah. That other streamer talked with him about him like a friend. Ah, I already forget who it was. Okay. Yeah, I see. I mean, yeah, the cross streamer friendships can, yeah, facilitate new viewers for sure. Like for example, me, most of the streams I watch are like French streamers, and all the streamers that I'm subscribed to are basic. Sorry, all of the streamers I'm subscribed to are basically friends with each other, and I just started with one, and then he made a stream with another guy, and so I followed him, and then this guy makes stream with other people, and and then I basically end up following all the friend group basically of the first guy I started to follow. So yeah, I guess it kind of works like that. Yeah, some people are really good at just saying good things about other people they may barely know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. That's yeah. Just like the thanks for the raid and such. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, the raids. Yeah, the raids do help to spread to put highlights on people. Yeah, it's true. Or we could talk for like 5 minutes. I am. But somehow I don't feel they know. Mm, yeah. Do you mean like the raider, the streamer that's being raided, or the raider in the chat after or something, or just random people in the chat talking about a YouTuber? Okay, well, let's ask flood code real quick. Uh, okay, I need you to adapt the deployment scripts that have been taken here from a template of mine that is aimed at for helping me getting new projects up to speed. The files I've added are uploaded Docker and in scripts. The receiver of the raid. Okay, and for like someone that's in chat a lot. Yeah, some people are super prepared as well. Like they have good notes that are accessible about people. Really? People prepare notes for like people that might rate them. Do you think that that's a thing? It's funny. It's probably repeats. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like they always repeat the same thing when they get rated by some people or something. It's funny. Please first inspect all the potential dependencies, script dependencies that the script use, other scripts that I would forget to copy paste here, for example. Check that everything would work. Everything that nothing, no, check that nothing is missing. Then adapt it to this project. Who is for the website what.com. The name, the app name is what.com. To differentiate with my specific pseudo name particular. I take a long time to recall people's nicknames to attach to my memories about them. Yeah, same. I mean, especially if they're just a pseudonym and there's no image attached, to the like a face or something. Yeah, it's pretty hard. Or except if they come literally every day. Yeah. I recall faster from hearing your voice. Yeah, I don't remember the Twitch names. I should put an effort on that, just trying to remember names handles. There was one streamer that built a browser extension for himself on the Twitch chat to write private notes about people that he can recall. Yeah, I mean, I actually thought about this. I actually thought about this. Yeah, it's just that usually what I do when I don't remember, I just look at the chat history, and then I'm like, yeah, it was you. I talked to you about this last time. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I can, and like I guess it's also because I'm a small streamer, so I rarely get above like 3 viewers or 3 chatters, so I can take the time to check people's history or whatever chat history. But I think like if you start to have more than like 10 viewers and you start to have subs, and stuff like that, like of course it does become important, especially when you're beginning to grow or whatever, to remember like what each subscriber like who is he or something, like you need to remember who each subscriber is, for example, because they gave you money, it's nice, so you you can't just like forget about them or something, and sometimes some people just come like once per week or once every 2 weeks and you just forget about them because once every 2 weeks, there's many people who just come and go, and so it's hard. So yeah, I can totally understand the urge to make a tool like this. Yeah, especially for like people that's important to not forget, or in certain situations, like subscribers who or sub gifters, who just come like once a month in the stream, but they offer 10 subs or something, and you forgot who they were. That's annoying. Oh, private is like only he sees it, but he showed it on stream. Okay, I see. Where's the chat history? You just need to click on the. Attends, let me show you. So here you have the chat history, and when you click on the surname, well, I have it inside a browser because I'm on I'm on Linux, so the OBS stuff doesn't work. But you can click, and here is your chat history. And usually I just look at that. Well, I guess it doesn't. I mean, here it cuts. So maybe it's the chat history, but not all the chat history. I don't know. Maybe it's like the last 2 weeks or something. I am on Linux. Okay. So it's the same then. Yeah. It will be the same for you. Oh fuck. Wait. Hop. Voilà. Hmm. Where the placeholder name is app name. Script dependency. Name people. These allow me to deploy my apps on my local Raspberry Pis. Backend is always the fast API, and frontend is usually Svelte. That's it. But here, this specific app is not made with Svelte, but with raw HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So have this in mind when you adapt things. No build step. For example, so adapt the orders, etc. I need to be able to deploy my app with simply pressing keynote.sh. Calling on the command line on the terminal. Ask me a few questions if some things are not clear, and make the and implement and adapt those scripts. Okay. Did you watch Stranger Things? No, I did not. You use the enhanced broadcasting? Yes, I use enhanced enhanced broadcasting. Yes. So I have like 12,000 kilobytes instead of 4. Usually I try. Originally I did in 4,000 kilobytes per second. I think the max is 6, right? So yeah. Since most of my content is static. Alors, SSH network. What is your SSH username? Same. What's the local? Same, 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 same. 6 maybe is a recommended max. 8 might be a hard limit for normal stream. Yeah, you can disable this mode and multi-stream to YouTube instead if you want. Yes, I've been wondering about this. Yeah. I'm not sure about multi-streaming because I mean it's just that it's a bit annoying because then you need to have like multiple chats next to each other, and I guess the only thing that's maybe makes it more uh more more easy to work with is that you can actually put the unified chat on the stream, like on the screen of the stream, but you cannot actually transfer the messages between chats, you know? And that's annoying because then, you know, some people will say things on YouTube or in Twitch and the people from Twitch or YouTube cannot see, like that's just annoying. And I'm wondering if it's not better to just try to funnel everyone to my Twitch channel, you know, at the end of the day. Especially since Twitch, I guess, is more integrated with all of the, you know, the interactivity, that the emotes, the alerts, you know, they're a bit more integrated, I feel like, than YouTube. So, bon. You know, like the polls, for example, are a bit better on Twitch. The channel points, you know. If you wanted, you could see people do it, but the bad cell allows you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could, but it's not legal actually. I've watched the. It's contrary to the terms of Twitch. You cannot transfer the messages from YouTube inside the Twitch chat. It's contrary to the terms and conditions. Especially when you're an affiliate. When you're not when you don't have a contract with Twitch, I guess they don't care. But when you start having a contract, so affiliate or partner, it's not allowed to transfer by bot the YouTube chat messages to Twitch. You can only display the unified chat on the screen, but not inside the actual chat. It's a bit annoying. I noticed many streamers that money channel get more views and chatters on YouTube than here. Yes, I've also seen that. Or maybe one thing that I could do is multi-stream, but only allow the chat interactions on Twitch. I'm not sure if you can disable the chat on YouTube, but I guess you can, right? So maybe you could watch me on multiple platforms, but you could only interact with me on Twitch. Maybe that would solve my main problem. which is the multi-chat stuff. You can have all this stuff on YouTube too, but not the polls or channel points. Yeah, right. That's what annoys me, is that the interactivity is less featureful on YouTube. And also the fact that it needs to be duplicated, that, you know, there's two different like vibes and community sentiments, annoys me too. But there are a lot of viewers on YouTube. That's true. I thought the only rule is not to show a merge chat on stream. No, actually, that's the only thing that's allowed, I think. I mean, last time I checked, I checked it last week, so it's not super fresh in my mind, but I think last week when no, maybe 2 weeks ago, before holidays, I saw that showing a merge chat on stream, so on the, you know, like above your head or whatever, like with, you know, one chat with a Twitch icon, another with the YouTube icon, is allowed. But modifying the chat experience that happens inside the website, you know, like the, not the video but the actual UI, right, is forbidden. So, you know, cross transferring the, yeah, the chat from YouTube to Twitch and Twitch to YouTube, at least from the Twitch side, is illegal. I mean, it is not allowed. It's contrary to the terms and conditions. Can I do multi-stream either? No, you can do multi-stream now. Now Twitch allows the affiliates and partner to do multi-stream. It's allowed now. They allowed this when they switched the the payout from 70-30 to 50-50. You know, it's like, oh look, now we take more money, but you can multi-stream now. Isn't that nice? You know, that was the trade deal they did here. You know. You can multi-stream, but not making it our quality on the platform of Twitch. That, I think, is the rule. Yes, true. One streamer that made a tool for seeing merch chat was like, they don't enforce it. Ah, ouais, voilà. Then got a strike. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I guess it would work like that. Merch, yeah. It's like you can have a merch chat appear on the video, on the stream feed, but you cannot alter the native Twitch chat, yeah, stuff. That's a bit annoying. That's a bit stupid, but yeah, it's because they don't want. I guess their legal reflection is that they don't want to be responsible for, like, you know, chat craziness, like, you know, potentially legal repercussions linked to other platforms chats being nasty and bringing it into Twitch. So, you know, like, basically, if you stream both to Twitch and Kick, they don't want the nasty Kick chatters to pollute the nicely curated and nicely moderated Twitch chat. You know, I think that's their reflection here. Some bypass it and have separate chat feeds on stream. Yeah, I mean, you know, as long as it's on the stream, it's okay. So, you know, that's what the Primeagen does, right? Like, sometimes the Primeagen, he shows the 3 stream chats on the screen, right? On his stream feed, and that's okay. That's allowed. That's allowed. You know, he has like YouTube, Twitch, X, and he sees the people, and he's reacting to the people chatting there, and this is okay. You can do that, or put a unified chat with the icon for each, you know, from each, which platform it comes from. But the native stuff, yeah, you can't alter them. Alors, director, why do you want the recipe folder to be created on your local machine? Same. There is no secret. No, actually, there is a secret. Ah oui, I need to do the secret for the Redis. Ah oui, for the CSRF. Ah oui, no, I need to do this too. How do I do this? Passet. What are the passeto for? Ah oui, non. Ah oui, non, it's right. Voilà, attends. Hmm. Hmm. Create scripts. So the Passeto keys are for the auth. There is no auth on my little website here. There's no payment, so no Stripe. There is a Redis. Yes, there is a Redis though. I need to update the fast API. Mail password, mail CSRF, admin. Yes, I need to copy those two. Redis and CSRF. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alors, actually, I forgot to about the CSRF secret and the Redis password. I just added them in the for the rate limiting new secrets folder. Gray area. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe it is a gray area. It's just that I've seen lots of people do it, but I guess yeah, maybe even this is I guess it's it's contrary to the terms and conditions when people can confuse the Twitch, the like another platform for a Twitch chat. Because of course, if you know chatters on other platforms are not as heavily moderated as on Twitch and can be racist and stuff, of course, Twitch is going to not be happy about this if people think that Twitch chatters are racist and they don't do anything about it. I guess that's the main concern, you know, around the not merging the chats between different platforms. But not sure. I mean, but theoretically speaking, even if it's just that, just having a bot, a clear bot with the name bot, cross posting the messages in each chat should be okay then, because even the bot signals, hey, this message does not come from here, right? But I guess if a guy still got a strike, it's because they're still not fine with that. So yeah, it's a bit blurry. It's a bit blurry. Tell them please let's implement the Redis stuff with fast API and the CSL stuff later. Let's focus on adapting those scripts now. For now. 4. Your main run for 8000 to the production container run on. Ah oui. No. Wait. Port? No. No. It will be port 5003. 5. DB metrics. This script monitors your account. Your app is just a simple claps counter. Should I remove it entirely? Adapt it to show some basic slaps that. Yes, adapt to show basic laps stats. Maybe the rate limits. It's inside. Well, yeah, I'll modify this later. 6, a missing file. Do you have a maintenance HTML file? No. Actually, delete this part of the script. And 7, since there's no svelte build, where should the static files, index HTML, blog HTML, be uploaded by the template copies from svelte app build to app name? Same location, I think. The caddy will take, right? I think the caddy web server will pick up the index, pick up and serve the index HTML that is here, right? Yeah. Right. And it's related assets, right? But yeah, caddy, the path is the correct one with the new name instead of app name. Up. It's midnight. I will soon leave, but before I would like to. That would be nice if I could publish. I could publish the. my first so I have like two auto promo blog articles about my apps. And then my first real blog article opinion piece would be about Yann LeCun and how people are confused about Yann LeCun because people think that he's criticizing like AI engineers or like machine learning engineers or something, where he's just not. He's he's a scientist, he's a researcher, and he doesn't care about OpenAI and Anthropic and Google working on LLMs. He couldn't care less. That's not his problem. But for some reason, since people are clueless about what he does and who he is, every time he makes a comments on LLMs being doomed to fail or whatever, people just are just confused about why he's saying that. People take what he says as if he's like an executive at Meta or something. Whereas he's clearly not an executive at Meta. He couldn't care less about Meta or any big tech company strategy about AI. That's not his concern. you know He just wants to push the science forward, and his comments are about the next 10, 20 years of the next scientific breakthroughs in machine learning. His comments are not about what's happening today, in the AI startup space. So I just wrote a whole article on this, and I think I will try to make a video based on this topic too. Then, so that would be I think that would be my first video. Then I would try to make, just because I need these two, a full guide on all Cloud Code features as of January 2026. Because as Andrzej Karpathy has correctly said, I am myself like him, finding myself to be a bit over. I feel like I'm lagging behind all the latest features that are being shipped to the AI agent stuff every week. And I need to have a big documentation pause where I just read through all the Cloud Code and all the open code and all the Gemini code base docs, basically, to allow me and other people to have a complete full overview of what's possible and how things work and what the features allow. Because, like, for example, with Cloud Code, diet is very hard. I'm dying. Poor Nat. Well, Nat, one thing that I noticed that maybe could be, a good info for you. I mean, and I think objectively, I've heard that from other people too, and doctors and stuff. Usually, I sleep better when I am slightly hungry before going to bed. You know, because like when you're hungry, you are also you don't have you have less energy, and it turns out having less energy allows you to go to sleep, more easily. So maybe if there's a time of the day where I think it would be maybe good, like for your sleep, basically, to a good time of the day to not eat or to constrain yourself is just before sleeping. If you can prevent yourself from, you know, becoming a night ogre, right? Like the kind of people who, you know, just be, you know, at like midnight just before going to bed, they go and they open all the doors, all the fridge, you know, they open the fridge and they just eat, you know, and then they sleep badly. They don't sleep well after that, you know. But there is, you know, if you can refrain yourself from doing this, which sometimes I even do myself, you know, but I know I shouldn't. Sometimes even I do this, but you know, like if you can refrain yourself from eating before sleeping, it's good because you sleep better. H mode, no. Yeah. You know, usually I didn't eat at night, but you know, it's hard when you just eat eggs. Yes, I know. I know, I know. But you know, one thing that I did, Nat, that if you want, maybe you can count your calories. You know, I think I used my Fitness Pal to count my calories. I used my Fitness Pal, which is like a fitness app or whatever, but they have a very good database of like food items with the calories attached, and you can basically estimate for each meal how many calories you ingested, and that's very good to basically. I mean, it allowed me to rationalize when I had eaten too much or not, you know, or if I had eaten enough. Because, you know, sometimes what your stomach tells you and what you actually did can be different. And counting the calories allow you to, you know, uh, reason about the food that you ingested. I'm like 1.8 meter. I'm very tall. Yeah, you are quite tall. And I have a lot of weight. Eggs cannot fit me. Well, it depends how much eggs you eat, huh? How many eggs you eat per meal. To me, I know I need 3 eggs to feel, you know, like I've eaten a meal. I need at least 3 eggs. 2 eggs is too little. 2 eggs, I guess, is okay in the morning because I'm not very hungry. But mm, alors attends. Key manager. Ok. Alors attends. Let me. Okay. Add script files for deployment. Plus adaptation from Opus file. Up. Okay. Now let's implement the CSRF and wait, but the CSRF. Wait a minute. The CSRF is only useful when you are authenticated or something. I don't need. There's no authentication. I don't need a CSRF. What the fuck? Attends. Let me just ensure of something. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You only need a CSRF token when you're authenticating, right? Without authentication on a website, like a simple blog, static page, you don't need this, right? I eat something between 1,000 and 12,000 kilocalories. Yeah. Today? Attends. Today? That's the amount you ate today? Because that's not a lot. Yeah, that's way too small. Like I'm 1.74 centimeters. So I'm a bit smaller than you. And usually I try to eat between 15 and 800 1800, so 1800, so 15 and 1800 kilocalories or calories or whatever. So you need to eat a bit more on that, and I did some exercises, so I spent like 2,700 kilocalories. Yeah, but that's too much. If you just ate this, like, nuts. No, I will stop to eat. Yeah, but that's not how that will produce the contrary of what you want here. Because you know, like, if you start to like right now, you are starving your body. If you and that's the thing you need to not do. If you starve your body, next time you have access to food, your body will store more fat than before, you know? So stop doing that. Yes, you need to spend more kilocalories than what you eat, for sure. But it needs to be reasonable, right? Because if the gap is too much, your body will react in a not gentle way, you know? I need to lose weight. I will stop to eat forever. Well, yeah, but like, you know, you will not be able to. You need to not starve yourself, you know. Or if you have the will, like, look, you know, it's all about willing, having the motivation, right? Like, if you want to lose body weight fast, okay, starve yourself, right? But for the longer term, you need to have a balance. You need to increase the calories that you ingest to at least like 1,700, 1,800 kilocalories per day, especially since you are taller than me, right? uh you need to find a good balance where you are just, you know, over the long term losing weight, you know. 1,200 is good. No, for me, it's not good enough for me. I think the lower I did while I told myself I wanted to lose, and I lost like 4 kilos, right? I was at 68 and now I'm at 64.5 or something, so 3.5 kilos over 6 months, huh? The lowest amount that I ingested that I remember was like 1,400. So more than you today. And that was the lowest amount. Most days I hover, like the calories I ingested hovered between 1600 calories and 1800 calories, you know? So, and I'm smaller than you. Huh? I'm smaller than you. I do work out once per week, but I don't work out every day. You know, I work out once per week for 2 hours. Yeah, 1 hour and a half, 2 hours. You know, the point is, I will spend 8 kilos in 2 weeks. That's too fast, Nat. Because I will stop to eat. No, that's not good, Nat. It submits data to needs your self protection. I know it does need. I need that needles on my stomach. That new medicine. Ah. Do you mean like the thing that the ring that restricts the stomach or something, right? Okay. SRF and the Redis password interaction. Redis is there only is used only in production mode, in dev mode. The integrated fast API API minimally be fast API is used. Here is the code from the web app template that you need to adapt to this code base to implement those two features into the existing code base. Be aware that the current code base does not has no customer accounts or auth logic because it's very simple build. The templates that CSR the fast API release implementation and the yeah. You know, At the end of the day, T plus T. Yes. T plus T. I don't know what it is. It's the new medicine? I know. I know it's you crying. Nat, you know, I think if you want the secret sauce for having a low weight is just to adopt a long-term diet and exercise habit that is just intaking and less calories than what you do today and burning more calories than you do today, but forever. But it needs to be reasonable, right? Like if you starve yourself, the moment you stop starving yourself, you will become even bigger than before, you know? Because now that your body has been starved, your body is like, oh fuck, this guy starved me. Next time I have access to a burger, I'm not going to store 20% of the fat. I'm going to store 80% of the fat, you know? Just in case he starves me again later, you know? And so to not have this happen to you, you need to have a gentle progression, you know, that will take many months and many years, you know, and that will make your weight go down. But you know, it needs to be gentle and progressive, and you know, and it needs to not shock your body, because if you shock your body with too much starvation too fast, your body will react, you know, you know, and that will be a bad. You will just take the fat back. You know, you need to do things progressively, gently. You need to respect your body. You know, in the way you do the transition towards less calories. You know. Don't say that to me. I don't want to be fat. Yeah, right. So you need to do things progressively. It will be easier on the mind too, and your body will not betray you. You know, because what happens with most people? Most people, when they start a diet, they go too hard, too fast. They want to lose weight too fast, right? So they lose the weight because they're starving themselves. But at some point, of course, because it's very hard and it's very frustrating, they lose the motivation, right? And when they lose the motivation, they go back to their old habits. And what happened is that because the body has been starved, it's like, oh, sweet, I'm not going to do the same mistake of not storing too little fat now. I'm going to store even more fat than I did before, just in case this motherfucker starves me again, right? And now you end up, you know, you were at 80 kilos or something, you do a diet, you went back to like 70 kilos, you stop because you stop having the motivation, and then you go back to 85, you know. Voila, congrats, you tried to lose weight, and you know, after 3 months you gained 5 kilos because you tried to go too fast, you know. Don't do that. Most people do that, right? uh, Again, I saw that happen with a streamer I was watching. He did exactly that. For a year, he starves himself. He lost plenty of weight. He stopped. He gained everything back, and now he's bigger than he was before doing the starving. You know. So don't do that, Nat. Be nice with your body. Be nice. You need to be nice with your body. You need to love your body. Okay. You need to be a body positive. Okay. Okay. I never hate that much. I'm fat because I just eat shit. Like candies and this stuff. Yeah, I mean, maybe then you will have to stop that. Yeah. Or at least you will have to eat way less, right? You can still eat some bad stuff. It's just that it needs to be once in a while, not every day or too much, you know? Not starving, I'm just anxious. Well, don't be anxious. Just try to, you know, treat your body nicely, just with slightly less calories, you know, than you used to. But it needs to be progressive and gentle, otherwise, you know, your body will not react nicely. And you know, like at some point, if the starving is too much, your brain, you know, your hormones or whatever, your hunger hormones will just override your brain, huh? You know, like when people and that's why people stop their diet, right? It's like they find the will to keep it going for a few weeks, a few months, and at some point it's too much. The nervous system derails, and they go back and they eat and they eat 3 chocolate bar, 3 chocolate tablets in 30 minutes, and a cake, and you know, and that's how it ends, right? You need to not do that, and people do that when they do too hard, too fast, instead of progressively, you know, getting into a better path, right? You need to create good food habits, you know. That's the main thing. I think you need to lose the habits of eating too much. And once you have lost this habit, it's good, because, you know, when habits are settled, it's easier. It's like when you see some accident and your head can't turn to a head because you need to see the accident. Yes, it's exactly that. When I said I will do a diet, my body said, I'm hungry, I need souls. Yeah, now I need to eat some souls. It's my first time doing a real diet, to be honest. But very good. Very good. Very good. But yeah, you just need to, you know, it's just that it needs to, you know, like people often do a diet as a, you know, as a thing, as a something they impose on themselves or whatever. But it should not be like that. You know, a good diet is no diet. The best diet is no diet. It's just habits, you know, long-term habits. That's how people should envision what losing weight is about. It's about changing your habits forever. It's not about temporarily starving yourself, you know, because this doesn't work. Doesn't work. So this time I'm eating good, just eggs and meat, some protein diet. Yeah, voila, that's very good. You know, that's good. I forgot to tell you this, but exactly, this is very good that you eat eggs and meat, because it's the two things that actually make you feel full. You know, you feel fully. How do you say that? Repu. It makes you feel, you know, full, like you, yeah, you don't feel the hunger as much when you eat eggs and meat. Yeah, so it's good. Congrats, Nat, you did the good choice. So in the first 2 weeks I will just eat this, maybe 8 weeks, but it's for the first time. Then when I lose some weight, I will do another diet stuff. Well, are you sure? Because then it means you will cut the habits, you know, like I mean, I'm trying to relearn how to eat. Yeah, but now it means that you will learn how to eat eggs and meats for 8 weeks, and then you will unlearn this and learn something else. Like, don't you think it's just better to start your final diet that you will have for most of your life, right? You know, right now, instead of egg. Bon, except if you really want to. But yeah, okay. I guess I get what you want to do. Okay. It's like what you want to do is you want to do like like the actors, right? You want to do like the Hollywood actors, like, okay, we have 6 weeks to get you ready for this movie, for this Superman movie where you need to have lots of abs and stuff. So for the first 6 weeks, you're going to only eat eggs and meat, and then we will switch to another one. And then I understand, right? And look, if it motivates you, very nice, and it will probably work, right? It's just that in my head, if you want to stay thin for the long term, you just need to start working on those eating habits, right? And so if you do that for 8 weeks, it means that, and you will not do that forever, right? So it means that you are just wasting those 8 weeks into stuff that will not form your definitive habits, So, bon. Again, you do what you want. I'm just expressing what I think about stuff. It's just because I also try to change a bit my habits, and now I think it's a bit better than before. Not ideal though. Not that much, but because I really need to lose some of my fat. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I understand. I will not eat eggs and meat I need to eat less. And doing this, I will be able to be a habit to eat just 2 times and less. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you are in control. I'm just telling you what I think about stuff. But of course, you are in control, Nat. You are the boss about what you do with your body. And you know better than me what you want to do with your body and how to do it. I'm not in control. Yes, you're in control. I have no control. Well, you're doing this, so you have control. This is why I'm fat. Yeah, but let's say you are taking back control, right? You are taking back the control. You are taking back the wheel. You are becoming in control. You're taking back the control. You're taking back control. The exercises are the worst part. I'm jumping rope and doing bike and taking some dumbbells. Yeah, I mean, look, as long as you can also have that as your habit, it's good, huh? It can speed things up. But my body is not helping me. I'm very hurt. Yeah, I understand. Also, if you want to build some muscle, do not exercise every day. You need to have some resting days, right? So if you, because uh, if you if you work out hard every day, your muscles don't have time to regenerate. So if you want to build some muscle, it's better to just wait at least a day, if not two. But I think I already told you that, right? I'm repeating myself. The Pokemon. Pokemon music. The Pokemon music. Oh. Mhm. My boy Henry Cavill does 4 hours of academy. What is academy? Of workout, do you mean? Gym. Sorry, yeah. Well, yeah, but not. Do you really want to become like Henry Cavill? Yes. Well, good luck. Good luck with that, Nat. What kind of question is that? No, it's just that it's very hard, you know? Like the only kind of people who can afford to spend 4 whole hours every day just like working out. It's what models, bodybuilders, like like 4 hours every day is a long time. Like you know, like I wouldn't want to spend 4 hours every day working out. Like I have other things to do in my life, 3 day per week. Well, 3 day per week, it's okay. 4 hours 3 days per week, to me, it's too much. I would put a max 1 to 2 hours max, because otherwise I'm just wasting too much time. Just for I mean, my health, okay, it's important, but whoa, come on. Or 4, I don't remember. Yeah. I mean, 4 hour, it's like, but also like, how I mean, I guess, at some point you do have the strength, but like one thing that I remember people talked about, like when I watched the mass muscle mass creation people, they say that basically, usually, just even if you could work for 4 hours, especially as a beginner, usually as a beginner, you don't even have the the nervous the nervous juice. Like your nervous system doesn't even have enough juice to go past 2 hours of continuous workout. You know, it's not only a factor of muscle specific muscle groups being tired, it's also a factor of just your nervous systems can also itself be tired by just every exercise you do, you know. And that's why usually they tell to like, if you want to do, if you want to train full body, for example, for muscle gains, you usually need, if you want to train every muscle group, you need to separate your session into different days with different muscle groups, because you will not be able to actually tire every muscle of your body in one given day, because your nervous system can't take it, basically. You will be incapable of training everything, even if the muscle have not been, tired, sore, you know? So 4 hour. I guess you can only do 4 hour workout if you are like a pro, like, you know, a bodybuilder. I mean, Henry Cavill is a bodybuilder level muscles, huh? So it makes sense that he can do that. But as a beginner, I don't think you'll be able to do even more than 2 hours in a row, you know? So again, if Henry did 2 hours, I guess I can do 5. Yes, that exactly. I tried to do that one day. Oh la la. You're crazy. I remember my brain doing the black screen. Well, yeah, of course. I did like 3 hours. Of course, my training was not like Henry's training. I was doing like bike and jumps again. But at some point, my vision was starting to see all black. Well, yeah, of course. Damn, Nat. Nat, you seem like, uh, when you go, you know, you go a bit too much into the extreme, you know, like maybe you should think about being less extreme, you know, when you want to do changes, you know, because yeah, it's it's a bit too much. 5 hours. But I need my fat out. Your fat will be out, but you just need to take the time, you know? These kinds of things take time. And you won't be able to do that in 2 weeks. You know, you need to tell yourself that the lowering of the weight will happen over the next 2 to 3 years. That's how you need to think about it, you know? Otherwise, it will be too hard and it will be impossible, basically. Because my mind will say, "You're so stupid, you'll never lose weight." And I will agree and eat candies. No, no. You need to tell yourself that this is a 2 to 3 year plan. And you know, once you will have done things for 2 or 3 years, you will have the habits, you know? You will have the habits and it will be easy to continue. But if you only do things for like 2 weeks or 3 months, it's easy to stop, you know. But when you've been doing things for 3 years, it's hard, you know. You won't stop. You will just continue because you will have the habit, you know. I'm playing against my mind, and she's very powerful. My mind is another person. I'm just weak. This is the point. I can do things very good for 2 weeks, like websites, for example, or you know. Then depression came. Yeah, I mean, look, it, you know, low periods can happen. It's okay, but the habit of getting back to, you know, doing the websites or getting back to working out is also good, you know. And you have this habit, so I need to do the most in the less time to win. Yeah, I understand. But what you do when you do that is that you are burning yourself out, you know? You need to not burn yourself out. You need to try to be gentle with how you do things, you know? You can be a bit aggressive, but you need to not be extreme, you know? You need to not be extreme. You need to be determined, you know? One step at a time, but voila. Alors, train locally. Okay, and how to deploy to prod? I will be beautiful. Yes, Nat, you will be beautiful. You just need to take the time. You will become beautiful slowly but surely. Okay? With all these squares at my belly. Yes, you will have the abs. You will have the chocolate bar, the chocolate tablet will not be in your stomach, but it will be on your abs. Yes. You will have all the abs. That's right. You will need to be very, very low fat though, to get the abs showing. Most people don't get the abs showing. Like it's very hard to get abs showing. It's mostly skinny people who gets the abs showing. It's not even a matter of muscles or whatever. It's mostly a matter of fat percentage. Most of the fat percentage needed to show people your abs are unsustainable, usually for most men, or it's for very, very specific skinny people, you know? Most people don't have this the genetics for it. But you can get just, you know, slim, muscular. Yeah, it's something that you can do with or without the abs showing the squares on your belly, you know. But yeah, and you know, you can also like muscle your shoulders, you know, your shoulders, your pectorals, you know, to have like broader shoulders, you know. Your biceps, you can work on the biceps. The girls like when they see that a guy has you know, big biceps. Usually they notice, you know, even if it's subtle. Even if it's subtle, they notice. You know, for example, me, even though I work out my biceps and my shoulders, and it's quite subtle, I already had, I had people noticing, oh, you're working out, even though I don't work, I just work out once per week, right? And I train my biceps and I train my shoulders, and I had people noticing, so you don't need much for people to notice that you're working out. You don't need to become Henry Cavill for people to notice that, oh, wow, hey, you have some muscles, you just need to be a bit skinny, low fat, right? And to do a little workout once or twice per week, and that's enough to for people noticing that, yeah, you know oh, he's working out, he's he goes to the gym. That's pretty good, you know so it doesn't you don't need much to achieve things. You don't need to become like Henry Cavill. You need way less. That's what I'm trying to say here. And it's easy. It's actually easy to have results that is visible to other people, that girls will notice. It's actually pretty easy. You just need to do it regularly, and you need at least a year to sustain the habit, for things to actually start to show, especially for the muscles. The muscle gain do not happen in 2 weeks. Maybe you can lose the fat in 2 weeks or in 3 months. The muscle gain will only happens like after at least 8 months, but more likely a year. You will need a year or two before you can actually have muscles being noticeable. By the way, how's your website going? Good. I will try to deploy, I guess. Can I see Henry Cavill does the abs? But Henry Cavill is not skinny enough to have full abs, I think. Or maybe his abs are so gigantic that they even counteract the not low fat. But Henry Cavill doesn't seem to be like a particularly low fat person. I mean, low fat, I mean, very, very skinny, yeah? Uh, attends, let's see. Let's see if the dev runs. npm run dev. Voila. That's the website. I wanna look. The little I have, it's written as live. So basically, when it will be live, it will be live. Previous stream to the YouTube channel. That's empty right now. And next streams to the schedule. I have updated my schedule. I have updated my schedule. Voila. And here I will have my articles, and with claps. Ah, wait, no, I don't have it. Wait. Ah oui. Ah, voilà. And now I have the claps. You see? Voilà. So I have a little I added a little backend actually. After all. Voilà. So now you can clap. You can clap. Voilà. I have a little article. Ah no. The projects. Can. This is the Twitch channel. Tac, tac, tac. Voilà. That's the blog. Henry is my focus here. I need to be him. I will stole his wife and life and became the new Superman. Wow. Henry Cavill does the abs. Yeah, I mean, look, the abs are useful for one thing, especially for you. I think it will be useful for you since you have a big belly. The abs are very good to make sure your internal organs are, not getting ahead of themselves, So because your internal organs, your intestine, whatever, when you get fatter, they have a tendency to take more space, into your inside your abs. And so working on the abs makes sure that the internal organs are more constrained, So it's good for you to work the abs, but don't work the abs to have visible abs because it doesn't work like that. Visible abs are mainly a factor of very, very low fat percentage. But it's still useful, especially for people who have a big belly, to constrain the organs. Yeah. Yeah, I just need time and skin cancer to be white, but you're already kind of white, Nats. you know? You remember your great 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 grandpa that came from Portugal, He was white. He was white, huh? So voilà. You're white, Nat. You are his descendant. So up one less problem, Nat. You're already white, actually. I'm mixed. Yeah, you're mixed. So you are also white. I'm everything. Yeah, you're like Beyonce, You're like Beyonce. I'm the air. Yeah. You're probably white. Your skin tone is probably whiter than Donald Trump's skin tone, Like Obama or like Beyonce, Both Beyonce and Obama have a lighter skin tone than Donald Trump. So, it's okay. It's true, yeah. Okay, nice. Oh, but it works. Well, it works. I will test the deployment tomorrow just because I don't want to break my Zencan, Let's not do a deployment before, leaving the office, I guess. Let's do the deploy, tomorrow when I have time to actually debug if I fuck things up. So, yeah. Let's not push on the Friday, okay? That's what I will try not to do. You can do the deploy. No, yeah, I will. Yeah, but tomorrow. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I will do the deploy. Can't do Friday. Yeah. I will yeah. I will do the deploy tomorrow. Because it's been a long time I've touched my backends, so bon. If things fuck up, I need to, yeah. I will have to relearn everything, so I need some time. So yeah. But we'll go now. See you, Nat. Good night. Dang, yeah. Good night, good night. It's 1 a.m. Yeah. I need to learn more about deploying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to deploy to VPS. I mean, I guess I could deploy to a VPS by just using the same scripts, I guess. A VPS is a VPS, huh? I'm deploying everything through SSH, so I guess it would be the same. It's just that I'm not using typical CI/CD things. So yeah. But yeah, that works, you know? Yeah, see you, friend. Have a good night. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good night too. See you. See you. See you. What is the name of this emote again? You can't think of your Pi as a VPS. You can think of your Pi as a VPS. Yeah, I guess it yeah, it's roughly the same, right? So yeah. I guess I could adapt the thing. I just need to change the IP address, right? I guess. Yeah. Yeah, see you. See you, Nat. Ah oui, attends, I will. Can I gigantify? How do I do this? Ah oui, voilà. Hop. Voilà. See you. Bye, 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 bye. See you, everyone. See you, Cody. See you, Nat. Good night. Bye, bye.